Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Keke Loves Nigeria. I am so sorry that I had to change the time, but I really got really busy like at the last minute, like at 4 o'clock, and there was no way I could make it on here by 6 o'clock. So I had to push the time back a little bit. So I apologize for that, but thank you so much for joining me at 6:30. So, hey, for those who don't know, my name is Kiki Loves Nigeria. And on my show, we talk about everything that has to do with your repatriation journey to Africa, whether you want to visit Africa or whether you want to repatriate to Africa. On my channel, we talk about anything and everything that impacts your ability to do just that. All right. So, tonight we're going to talk about something a little different. Let me make sure I introduce myself real good. Let me make sure I follow the script. I always say I'm going to follow the script. So, what we're talking about tonight, I just told you who I am. So, what we're talking about tonight, we are talking about an email that I had received from one of our community members. And this community member wanted to know, was it fair for us, the people in the United States who have an interest in Africa? I'm not talking about the people who don't have an interest in Africa. So, not the people who don't have an interest in Africa, not the people who have no intentions or ever going to Africa. I'm talking about the people who are interested in Africa and those people who visit Africa. Okay, and who plan to not so much as repatriate full time, but have a house there where they go, so many months out the year. So I'm talking to those people. Okay, now to hey Steph, now to those people, what the question was this? Okay, because these are the people that she was talking to. She wanted to know, should us, the community members, contribute to to maintain sustaining these repats lifestyles and pay for their medical treatments, because there's no health insurance in Africa. Well, not so far that I know of, but there's international insurance, but it's nothing like what we have here. Okay, so 9 times out of 10, when you go to the doctor in Africa, you got to pay for that. You got to come up with the cash for that. So she had seen a video. This community member had seen a video, and in this video, this lady needed some medical care. Let me go back to my script. This lady needed some medical care. Okay, and they were asking us to contribute to this fund, this cause of getting their mother the medical treatment that they needed. So when she saw that video, she talked to me about the video, and she just felt like that's not our responsibility. That when you go to Africa, you should take all of these things in consideration, and that you should plan for this. You should basically plan accordingly. So she asked me, what did I think about it? And I said, well, let's put it to the community. Let's put it to the community and see what they think about it. So that was what was behind this show. So that's what we're talking about tonight. And why are we talking about this? We are talking about this because this is really these YouTube people asking for donations to sustain their lifestyles in the Gambia seems to be the regular. Now, I also see this in Ghana. I also see this in Tanzania. So I'm not sure if this is just what they do when they repatriate. They kind of depend on the community to take care of them. But the problem with that is, and this is, let me just refer to Black Acres because we're going to talk about them tonight also. They always have something negative to say about the same people that they're asking this money from. You know how they make fun of us and tell us we're in the illusion and that we're just slaves to this system and that, we're just fools. They may not say fools, but you know what I mean. But the same people who are calling us names for not just packing up our whole lives and moving to Africa are the same people asking us for money. So that doesn't make sense to me. Now, that was one thing I thought did not make sense to me. was how can you talk about America being this terrible place, this God forbidden place? They call it Babylon. It's so bad. It's Babylon. But when you're in trouble, it seems like these same people who are calling our home Babylon are the same people that are turning to Babylon and the people residing there to come to their rescue. So that is something that I noticed. And I felt like, yes, that if I'm thinking that, I'm sure there's other people thinking that. So that's why we're doing this show tonight. Because it is extremely important that you plan accordingly. If you plan to repatriate, even if you plan to visit, you need to plan accordingly. Just like I was watching one of Quasi's videos, and he said people will have good plans, they'll have good ideas, but unfortunately, they won't have the money or they won't have a plan to get the money to make this plan work, to work the plan. You need money, people, to work the plan. So that part always seems to fall short. And I don't now I'm starting to think it doesn't fall short. It's the plan is to get the money from us. The plan is to go on YouTube and get the money from us. That's how these people are planning on sustaining their lifestyles because that's what we see them do. I'm talking about Black Acres right now. I can't say all the repats because I don't know all the repats. We're talking about the repats on YouTube. Okay, and I'm not even talking about all of them because the arrival, I don't see them doing that. I don't see them begging for donations to sustain their lifestyle. But you have to remember, Kenny and Terry both have retired. So they have an income. They don't need to come on YouTube and beg for donations. So you see, you have to understand it's the position, like he said, it's the position you're putting yourselves in when you're making this plan to repatriate. The Black Acres of the Gambia, they had no plan. Their plan was you. Because when they went there, from what I've been seeing, they didn't start off with this land stuff. They were doing other stuff. They were selling stuff. They were like, you know how people have, where they sell stuff on the street. They were selling stuff on the street, and then I guess that's the goal to get the land, and then get the land, and then you get the people to support you to build everything on the land. I'm not sure because I don't think like that, but it seems to me that that's the plan. For that was their plan. That was their plan. Okay, and we're talking about another content creator tonight. These people are called the Big Sankofa. Now, the Big Sankofa is from, well, we're not going to go to that yet. Let me look at y'all comments. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's why I like to follow my script. All right, so I'm going to take y'all comments real quick. And, ooh, look, I have my glasses. Yes. So I'll be able to see tonight. So we're going to take these comments. I'm going to follow the script because I don't want to miss any of this information that I have because all of it is very, very, very important. Okay, and again, I'm going to start from the bottom and go to the top. Wonderful says, Black Acres had nothing. They had nothing, really? See, that's what I thought. Because when I started watching them, I wasn't there from the beginning of their journey with them. I started kind of late, watching Black Acres. And when I watched them, I kind of noticed that they were scrambling. They were doing different things to try to make money. So I kind of believe they had nothing. Nature Boy was a bit like that. Yeah, Nature Boy was exactly like that. And all these people have the same thing in common. Nature Boy got his money. If y'all don't know who he is, this is another person who called himself going to another country and living off the people who followed him there. Okay, and now he's serving I don't know how many life sentences. But Nature Boy, how he got his money was the same way. The people who were following him Whatever money they had, they were getting PPP loans, they were getting that COVID money, and then they would give it to him and he would live off of that. Hashtag the DUMB. Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. Let's see. Who else? Wonderful says, greetings to everybody. Stephanie says, right, they should do their research. Anyone over 50, yeah, they need health care. And you can't just assume you're going to go to the doctor there. You got to, you just don't, and especially in Africa, because Africa is so iffy and it's so easy to get hurt over there. Like this story I'm about to tell you guys about the big Sankofa, their mother. This is a horrible story. A horrible story. This is a very sad story. This story, I cried. When I watched this video, I cried because I was hurting for those two daughters. Because see, it was me and my sister. So I know how they feel about their mom. And this is really sad. But you got to think. You got to think. You can't go and just stay in Africa. You got to go back and forth. For especially if you get certain benefits because you got to maintain your residency. When you go to another country, I think I was reading the only part of the Medicare that you can maintain is the Medicare A. And that's if you're in the hospital. I think that's the hospitalization. But who takes Medicare in Africa? It doesn't pay for anything over there. So this was a really sad story. So we're going to look at them first, and then we're going to move on to my favorite people, Black Acres. Tell them to come back to America. Um, no, I'm not going to tell them to come back to America. I want people to do what they want to do, but I want them, hi, brown eyes, but I want them to do it wisely. Okay? No, not for lifestyles, but for medical, yes. It's just my opinion. I am not shaming anyone who doesn't want to. You don't know that person's situation, and she's right. And that's one thing I want to say, okay, about this first video I'm about to show you. If you feel led to donate, okay, to this lady, please do so. Please do so. Because I'm not saying I don't think these people are scammers. To the contrary, I think these are excellent examples of people going to Africa trying to make it. But unfortunately, the mom, who's an older lady, well, I'm not going to say she's an older lady, she's a middle-aged lady. She's a middle-aged lady. I'm not sure how old she is, but she's a middle-aged lady. Okay? She goes and she gets hurt badly. Who expected that? And the way she got hurt was like just out the blue. Like something that walking down the street you just don't expect. And then you don't expect it to turn into what it turned into. I'm honestly surprised Black Acres haven't made up an excuse to come back to the US yet. Well, that's true. I know it has to be hard for them there. It is very hard for them there. It is very hard. And when I saw how much they make off their YouTube channel now and how much they make from Patreon. But that's what happened when you try to scam God's people. See, that's what people don't understand. This is the age of information. And God is not letting you use his people anymore. Them days are over. All those scammers and all those people who was doing undercover stuff, all that's going to be brought to the light. If you're scamming, if you're doing whatever, it's time to stop because, your time is up. Your time is up. This is the time when God's revealing all the veils are going to be removed. Hey lady, how you doing today? So, we're going to start with this people called the Big Sankofa. Okay? Now, the Big Sankofa, let me put up. Oh, first, I want to tell you about fair use. Now, I'm going to use other people's videos because I want you to understand what I'm talking about. I'm using these videos for educational purposes. For examples, I'm sorry, for examples of what really happens when you go to Africa. Okay? Because a lot of times people come on YouTube and they like to pretend. They like to pretend like something happened that didn't happen. Okay? They like to pretend like it's wonderful there. Okay? And that, like, you're the fool for not going. Now, I told you I've been there 12 times, planning my 13th trip there. And it's not wonderful. It's not wonderful anywhere. It's nice, it's fun, but it's not so much the system of Africa. Like I always tell people, it's the people that you meet along the way. That's what makes Africa to me. The people, the social networks, the friends and the family that I make along the way. So it's not so much, about the oceans. Yeah, the oceans are beautiful. Yeah, the mountains are beautiful. Yeah, the trees are beautiful. But like people say, you can see that stuff here. And you can, but what you cannot get here that you get there are those social connections. You don't get that. The social system is completely different. And that's what I like about it. And that's why I go. All right. So this big Sankofa people, they are in Ghana. All right. Let me pull up. Oh, I was talking about copyright. So we're using different videos just for that purpose because I want to educate you on how to stay safe when you visit Africa, West Africa, and I want to teach you how to stay safe when you repatriate. Okay. I want, like I always say, you don't have to change who you are. All you have to do is move differently. That's all you got to do. Just move differently. Just move the way you would move here if you were in a new place and you didn't know anybody there. That's how you move. Don't switch it up and think, "Oh, I'm in Africa. Everybody look like me. Everybody think like me." No. It's just like here when you go to the Black American community. Everybody may look like you, but you know daggone well everybody ain't thinking like you. All right? So, we're going to check that. So, that's why we do this. That's why I do this to make you understand that, okay? That just like you're on guard here, you got to be on guard there. All right? So look, now we're going to let me show this copyright disclaimer. So hold on, let me show this real quick. And again, this just says that this is fair use and that I am allowed to use this. Oh, I'm sorry. I am allowed to use this in certain situations like this. When you want to educate people, you are allowed to use other people's videos. All right. And it's just the Copyright Act of 1976, which allows fair use for the purpose of criticism, which we're going to do that. Comment, we're going to do that. News, we're going to share the news. For teaching, we are going to definitely do that. And for education and research, and we definitely are using it for education and research purposes. All right. So let me stop sharing that. Okay, let me see if we got any more comments. No, I don't think we do. All right, now, first thing we're going to talk about is these people in Ghana. All right, now, oh no, hold on. See, I'm so glad I got my script. No, we're going to look at the email, okay? So you can see why we're doing this. What was the reason? Did Keke just want to do this? No, I did not. This was not even my idea. Okay. So we're gonna read the email. I had posted it on my channel and on my community page, and you guys had commented, commented on it. Okay, let me see if I can see this on here. Because sometimes on the laptop, it shows up differently than on my phone, and it is. So let me pull it up. Okay, so here is the email that I received, and I said, okay, let me talk about this. So let me pull this up real quick. All right, and again, this was an email from one of our community members. And this community member is not someone who has not been to Africa. This community member is very well connected in the Gambia. This community member has a house and land, I believe 2 plots of land in the Gambia. So this is not just somebody who's just never been to the Gambia. This is a person who's connected, who goes to Africa, and like she said, she pays for her own lifestyle. So she's not understanding why we have to pay for other people's lifestyles. All right, so let me pull up this video. Look, listen to me. Let me pull up this email. Hold on. And then we're going to read that. And then after that, oh, wow. Okay. Okay, y'all ready? So she says, "Hello, Keke. I just wanted to know if this seems like YouTubers are living in Africa but asking for donations are somehow two-faced. It's like one minute they're criticizing us for not taking the leap to leave America, and the next minute they're begging us to fund a lifestyle they can't sustain. Why should we, who are here working, as they say, slaving for the white man, then turn around and allow them to use us as their, I'm sorry, allow them to turn us into their personal piggy banks?" And another thing I can't understand, a lot of them get some type of monetary deposit in their accounts. Don't they know that if something happens to America, that source of income will be delayed or stopped? How will they survive there? They don't think the landlord in Africa will demand his money. Then she says, "Thank you, Keke, for keeping it real." So that was the email that I got. Okay, to to start this whole conversation. So I said, okay, let me just post this on my channel so I can just get an idea of what you all were thinking about this. Was this something that you all, thought was an issue? She wanted to know. So I said, well, let's just ask the community and see what they say about it. And you all had some really interesting comments about it. And you all seemed like this was something that you wanted to talk about. Okay. So that's where the idea from the show came from. You all had some really strong opinions about this, and I wanted to give you guys a chance to express yourself. So let me go here, and I want to just read you a couple of the comments, okay? So one comment says, let me go down here and show it to you while I read it. I don't know if you can see them, okay? But here they are. And I'm going to read it to you. It says, so one comment says, same concept. Edra says, hi, Edra. Same concept of preachers. I'm your leader. Follow me, listen to me, and help me. Pay my bills while you admire me for living off of you. Okay. Then there was one person who said, I think this person, I can't Tasha, I think that's the name. I donate to good and just causes. However, I absolutely will not fund anyone's acres, exits, or international lifestyles. Also, everyone thinking of this repat journey should make sure they have insurance or funds left in countries for them to pay their medical expenses. It's the constant begging and sweet talking that really offends me. And Gohar Gambia says, which is crazy, he says, no YouTuber should be supported while promoting the continent. It creates the illusion that these people are making it on their own merit. And that's all it is. It's an illusion that these people are making it. It's the Black Acres have created this illusion that they're making it. And they're not making it. If they were making it, why would they come up? When I type in the word donate, why would it come up $112? times. They've said donate in 112 videos. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? That's like 10% of their videos. They're saying donate because that's what they need. They need you to donate so they can live. So I am Africa on Friday says, I have free will to send money or not. That's why YouTube has the super chat option. The YouTube expects you to monetize your content. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making money off of YouTube. I personally don't ask for donations, however. Super Chat and Cash App is the norm. Exactly. Now, Super Chat and Cash App, you have no control over that. That is if some that's a gift. That's not a donation because we don't ask for that. Now, people can give you gifts, okay? But we're talking about coming on and saying, donate to me, donate to my channel, donate to this content. If you want to see more content, then you need to donate to me. That's what we're talking about. Because I have no way of supporting this channel without your donations. That's what we're talking about. So that becomes a problem. That absolutely becomes problematic. Then someone says if the content creator is a victim of nefarious acts, I'm sorry, nefarious actors, then I may contribute. However, the issue is that of those arriving with no financial support other than AdSense. AdSense is how we make money off of YouTube. It's the ads that run on your channel. Okay. And Black Acres on their AdSense, they're only making 300 and some odd dollars. Okay. I'm going to show you that. It's not, I didn't say that. Social Blade said that. Okay. And Social Blade is a website that tracks how much we make on YouTube. You can put my name in, Keke Loves Nigeria. And when I tell you they give me change, they give me change, they give me a tip. You're going to see, oh, they giving this girl a tip for all this work. Yeah, this is a tip. That's why I said this is a hobby. Has to be a hobby. It has to be a passion of mine because I surely don't do this for money. Okay. But socialblade.com is where I got the information at about is how much they make. Okay. So you just simply type in Black Acres and Social Blade will tell you how much they make in AdSense. However, the issue is that those are okay. So you cannot live off of AdSense. You cannot live off of that. But this person said if somebody was hurt or something, they would give money. Okay. So those were some of the comments that came up under that post. All right. Now let's look at your comments and then we're going to go look at this video. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. Okay. I love you. Okay. You too. Okay. Hey, Q, how you doing, sweetie? Then we have, let's see. This is how YouTube works. Mr. Foreman, how you doing? This is how YouTube works. The YouTubers get money from their base. You have a choice. Send money. We're not talking about that though, Mr. Foreman. We're talking about if I asked you, and that's not how YouTube works because I don't ask for donations. If that's how YouTube work, and I love you, Mr. Foreman. If that's how YouTube work, I would be asking for donations. I don't ask for donations. That is not how you. If YouTube would have told me you got to ask for donations, Kiki, I wouldn't have never got on YouTube. I'm not asking for nobody for. I don't, sir. I don't ask people to give me anything. Nothing. People who know me, they know. Oh, so you don't ask for nothing. No, I don't. I was raised like that. So, no, YouTube does not run like that. You ask for donations because you want to. They tell us we can make money from super chats. We can make money from memberships on our channel. We can make money from, people giving you gifts on Cash App. But those are gifts. Those are not donations. Donations are when I say, "Can you please donate?" to the Usamburo Hall of Fame or the Usamburo, I'm sorry, Wall of Fame for $100? Or can you give me donate $100 to the raffle, the illegal raffle, because you cannot do what they did. You cannot do that. That's an illegal raffle, and they know it was an illegal raffle. So they took money for this illegal raffle. They said, "Can you donate?" And you had to donate in nothing less than $100. Nothing. So no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about that. We're not talking about super chats. We're not talking about cash apps. We're not talking about none of that. Because none of that you ask. Some people do say super chat me, but to me, I don't do that. That's asking like for a donation to me too. So no, we're talking about that. When you ask, when the person physically asks. That's what we're talking about. Makes me think they were running away from some. Yeah, who you talking about? Black Acres. I told y'all what was going on with Black Acres. Black Acres. Rick had to pay. I don't know how much child support. I think it was $20,000 he owed the state of Tennessee from child support. And this, where I got my information, my source is Black Acres of the Gambia, Cynthia Usamburo. She has a video on her channel. I think it's called Remembering Clarksville or Remembering something that happened in Clarksville. If we have time, I'm going to look for that one. But she tells you right there, they were taking money from Rick's check. He owed the state of Tennessee $20,000 in child support. Because you know you gotta pay when your kids you gotta pay support. That he didn't want to pay support. They were taking the money out of his check, and you know after a while you don't pay that support, you're gonna go start going to jail. So I don't know whether he had started going to jail or not, but I know they were taking the money out of his check, according to Cynthia. Every time he got some money, the state was taking the money. So what can we do? We can run to Africa where they don't know us on YouTube. They don't know us. We can go over there and we can start a whole new life. We can become Pan Africans, leaders of the nation, leaders of the black people to freedom. Create a whole community for them. But they couldn't even create a community for their own family. So how could they create a community for us? People, we got to wise up. We got to do what my grandma said. Use your head for more than a hat rack. And it took me a long time to understand what she was talking about. But that's what we got to do. She meant think. Learn to think when people tell you something. Don't be so ready to believe what these people say because they black people. These people were not right. These people were not right to begin with. And when you research them, it's easy to see. If these people were in America, Black Acres were in America, we would shun them. We would have nothing to do with them. Nothing. We surely would not be letting them tell us, you got to get $100. You can't give nothing less than that. Somebody wrote them and said, can they make, they didn't have the whole 100. So they wanted to know, could they make little payments, like maybe 25, 25, 25, till they get to the 100. Because they wanted to be a part of the raffle. Do you know they wouldn't let them do that? They had to pay the 100. They said they take nothing but hundreds and over, nothing less. Now, does that sound like somebody who, when they were back in the United States, they were an upright citizen? They walked uprightly? No. If you don't walk uprightly in the Gambia, honey, you sure don't walk uprightly in the United States. No. These people are criminals, been criminals, in my humble opinion. But according to the state of Tennessee, they owe them money for child support. Okay? Well, I guess they are criminals. That's a criminal case. Child abuse, child neglect is a crime. So I guess they are considered criminals, according to the state of Tennessee. Right. Those so-called repats pretty much hurl insults to those, yes, those of us with good sense and who choose not to move to Africa. How dare they reach back to the states for help? But they do. And like I was telling my friend, this is like some type of mental abuse. This is like some type of emotional abuse. You're nothing. You're nothing. You're stuck in Babylon. You can't even leave. You're just working, working, working. But who they asking for money? They're not asking the Gambian people to support them. They're asking us. Where you think that $100 was coming from? It was coming from us. It was coming from the United States. That's where it was coming from. It wasn't coming from Gambia. They don't want Dalasi. They want dollars. And again, if this country is so bad, why do you want the currency? I don't get that. So let's go back down. I want to make sure we got all this. Hi, T and K. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Retirement money is a benefit, not a wage. They can't take that money for child support. So they will start taking passport and driver's license. Oh, wow. Yeah, they will take your driver's license because that's what happened to my ex. Because he wouldn't pay spousal support. The state of Ohio wasn't playing about that. No. They took that man's driver's license and then they started making that man go to jail on the weekends. Yes. They're not playing about that money. So if they did that for spousal support, can you imagine what they'll do for child support? Can you imagine? And that was the impetus to Black Acres doing everything, charging up every credit card, applying for every loan they could get, and going to the game. Taking everything and going because they couldn't take it no more. According to Cynthia, that was my source, Black Acres of the Gambia, they couldn't take it no more. Of the state taking their money for that child that the state took for neglect, according to Cynthia Usamburo. Ooh, what'd you say, Q? Oh, okay, I'm gonna call you when I get off of here. I'm glad you back. Uh hey Keke, I'm obsessed with your content. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. This one says, at David, I beg to differ. YouTube was created as a form of employment, yes, for digital creators. It is. It's a part-time job. It is. That's why if you have a problem with what I do on YouTube, why are you contacting the state of Ohio? That doesn't make sense. I'm not. What does this have to do with the state of Ohio? Nothing. If I was truly doing what people accused me of doing, my employer, YouTube, would shut me down. My employer, YouTube, would sanction me. My employer, YouTube, would suspend me. Or even better, they would terminate my channel. So, see, they don't even understand. YouTube isn't, I had to report what I earned from YouTube on my taxes. Yes. This Keke Loves Nigeria is a business. My employer is YouTube. Yes. This is not just what you just go and beg on. You're getting paid from YouTube. You're getting paid from the people who want to run ads on your video. Then you're getting paid from the people who want to give you super chats. And she's right. It's a form of employment. That's how the IRS looks at it. And they want to know, if you're not a nonprofit, then why are you begging for money? Why are you asking for donations? Why are you having a raffle when you are not even allowed to have a raffle unless you're a school or a church? YouTube was not created to be a vehicle for beggars and conning. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But people found that they could do that. People found that they could do that. So of course, what do people do? They're going to do what they can get away with. That's what they do. You look beautiful, Keke. Oh, thank you, great ex Stitcher. Is that how you say it? Greek. What does that say? Let me go back and see that good. Let me go read that right. Oh, Greek X. Okay. Put the glasses on. Oh, Greek X Stitcher. Okay. Let's see. Um, Agent 007 says they have nothing to come back into in America. He's right. He's right. I don't know if Agent 007 is a man or a woman, but this one couple I did, married. Um, no, we're going to talk about the other couple. The other couple. The other couple. The 20-year marriage. They sold everything to go to Gambia. They sold their house. They took their retirement. The lady retired. She didn't have to retire. Miss Lady did not have to retire, but she went ahead and she retired. He was already retired, so she went and took an early retirement. They took everything they had to go to Gambia, only for them to get there and he start cheating with the Gambian girls. Are you kidding me? So guess what? Miss Lady had to come back. She said, I wasn't staying there. And you know what she did? She left everything there, Agent 007. She had to come back here and start completely over. This is a middle aged lady who had retired, had a beautiful home, a beautiful home. Looked like a home from a magazine. Gave everything, sold everything for this life in Africa, only to get there and to find this life turned into a nightmare. A nightmare. And the little girl, because this is not a woman, it's a young woman. Let me say it correctly. This is a young woman. And the young woman happened to be somebody that she knew. And this is what they gave up everything for. And he's right. When she came back, there was nothing to come back to. She told me, Keke, I had to start over. I had to get a job and everything. But she told me it was worth doing all that than to staying in that mess she was in the Gambia. If you leave Africa, you will lose the income they generate by being black acres of the Gambia. But the thing is, they're not generating much income being black acres of the Gambia. That's what I'm going to show you tonight. They used to, when they did that illegal raffle they took in. That's when I reported them to the IRS. They took in hundreds of thousands of dollars and didn't report any of that money. Didn't report any of that money. Took in hundreds and thousands of dollars in donations in an illegal raffle. It was an illegal raffle. So I don't even think they can come back. I really don't. I think they're in trouble with the IRS or they in trouble with the legal system, but there's something going on with them because there's no way you would be still in the Gambia like that because it's too hard. And wait till y'all see this house. This house, like I told y'all, the house was gonna fall apart. I told y'all because you can't do what they did and think you're gonna come out on top. You can't do dirt. You can't do dirt, especially, and I'm gonna say it 3 times, especially in Africa, because the spirit world in Africa, they'll get you, and they'll get you real quick. They'll get you real quick. All right. Uh, so yeah, they're not generating much income. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. T and K says true, Keke. Retirement money. Okay, so good. We got that one. Let's look at this one. International wire fraud. Yeah, because that's what that is. They don't understand what they're doing, but they probably understand now. They understand now. Yes, because I told them. And I know they watch my videos that I am a public servant and I take that seriously. I took an oath. A oath. I put my hand over my heart. Yes, I did. And I said that if I saw wrongdoing, that is my job as a public servant to report it. You don't stand by as a public servant and see wrongdoing and let it go. No, you don't. You do not. So when I started researching them and I started adding up this money, estimating how much money they made, I said, oh no, the IRS need to know about this. They need to know about this. And then you took the money and built you a 4,000 square foot house that's falling apart. So no, I think I don't know for sure whether they can come back to the United States, but I kind of think they got some prices to pay. They got some prices to pay. I know they got some prices to pay. I know they do. Number one, the state of Tennessee. They will be Interpol involved. They probably already involved because Interpol just really collects information on you. That's how their GoFundMe's got shut down. They had two GoFundMe's that got shut down. See, you can't live in Africa and do a GoFundMe. You got to be a resident in a state, in one of the 50 states. Okay, she thought because she could show her driver's license, and I know she ain't got no new driver's license because you got to get that renewed every so often. And I know she don't have a new one of those that shows she's a resident of a state. So she said she sent them her tax paper. No, no, no. They want to know what state are you a resident, ma'am? And you know how they can prove you're a resident? A state ID or a driver's license. So when they asked you for that, that's what they're trying to prove, residency. See, there's two things you got to have here to get benefits. You got to have you got to be a citizen or a permanent resident or a refugee, or you have then on top of that, citizenship, and then you gotta be a resident of a state. They're not no residents of any states. They haven't been here. Like Ohio, you gotta be in Ohio. You gotta live, sleep in Ohio for 183 days to get any type of benefit from the state of Ohio, and that includes Medicaid. That includes medical care. Where they been residents at? In the Gambia. That's why their GoFundMe got shut down. And I just figured that out today doing the research for this show. Yeah, so Interpol probably does know about them, but they're just connecting information on them. Does the government want to enter an international war for somebody who don't pay child support? No. What they'll do is they will take your passport and he won't be able to come back to the United States. They've probably already done that. Channels will be snatched off the platform as soon as YouTube catches you using up these fundraisers, fraud. Soon as YouTube catches up with these fraudsters, and they will. They will. Like I truly believe Black Acres of the Gambia bought subscribers because how in the world do you have 60,000 subscribers and you can't even get over 5,000 views per video? You with 60,000 subscribers, people, you should get 20%, whatever your number of subscribers are. And this is the formula that YouTube uses because I got it from them. I looked it up. How do they know? But YouTube has this computer now that the algorithm stuff, like they said, if you're buying views, if you're buying subscribers, it's not a question of if YouTube finds out. The question is when YouTube will find out. Yeah, because you could the views don't match the subscribers. With 60,000, you should get 20%. You should get 24,000 views per video. They don't even come close to that. They don't even come close to that. But we're supposed to believe they're this YouTube leaders and got all these viewers and no, 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 no. Yeah, YouTube's gonna catch them in time. Trust me, like she said, They're going to catch you in time and then they'll be gone. They'll take the views back. They'll take the subscribers off. They admitted to maxing out credit cards knowing they weren't going to pay. Yes, that's what they did. That's what they did. They came to the Gambia with dirt. They came there dirty. All right, so we got all them. So now, before we talk about Black Acres, we're going to switch gears real quick and we're going to talk about the Big Sankofa. So the Big Sankofa, it appears to me that this is a family, okay? A family who went to Africa basically to do what everybody else did, to help Africa and to, start their lives. And hold on, y'all. So they went there to start a new life. What it seems to me like it's a couple with their two kids, and it seems like maybe their family, uh, their sister, because there's a sister, okay, that was on the video, and it seems like maybe the sister lives with them. Okay, now this is them. They're called the Big Sankofa, and they are in Ghana. All right, let me go back over here. And I was looking to see, just looking through their channel, trying to figure out how do they like make money. I see them, talking all this, the usual Africa talk, we're repatriating and blah, blah, blah. But see, this is them. This is the lady, and this is their son. I'm sorry, ma'am. In case you ever see this video, he don't look like your son. Okay, I'm sorry. This I meant to say husband. This is her husband, and these are her two beautiful children. Okay, and I just they make their money from mushrooms. Believe it or not, they have this mushroom farm. Let me show y'all. And my sister looked it up because we were talking on the phone, and I said, she asked me how do they make money. I said, I think mushrooms. And I said, how do you make money off of mushrooms? And she said that that's a big deal in Ghana, that they can make money off of mushrooms. So let me show y'all. We're gonna watch a real short clip of the Big Sankofa, and then we're gonna go to the video we want to talk about. Okay. Now, the daughter, her mom, she moved there. I don't know their whole story because I don't know them like I know Black Acres. Okay. So forgive me if I'm wrong about the Big Sankofa. I'm just learning about them. So, but I think the mom, the lady I just showed you, her and her family went there to repatriate, and it looks like the sister came, and then the mom came, right? Um, but the mom has gotten sick, and y'all would not believe how the mom got sick. She was walking down the street, and if you ever been to Africa, like you know how we have gutters on the side of our sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the street. Well, in Africa, their gutter is not just that little dip part. It's like a drop. It's like a drop, like maybe, I don't even know, 4 feet, 3 feet, but it's like a ditch. And if you're not careful, if you walking at night and you're not careful, you can fall in that ditch. All right. So the mom, that's what happened to the mom, and she hurt her leg. Okay. And after that, it went downhill. So I'm going to show you guys the video. Now, I'm saying this. If you want to donate to the Big Sankofa, please do that. I am not saying don't donate to these people. They are scammers because I don't think these people are scammers at all. I do not. I think these people are going to Ghana to try to make their life there and do what I think they're Pan Africans, and I think they believe in the Pan African movement. They just had some unfortunate situation happen to them. But again, if you want to donate, then please feel free to do so. They have, I think it's a GoFundMe. I don't know if it's a GoFundMe, but they'll tell you how to donate in this video. Okay. So let's check out this video. Wait, let me get these comments, and then we're going to check out their video. Now, this one is the people I'm using as an example for the medical. The max, okay. They maxed out credit cards because they had no intentions of. No, they said that. They told us they didn't have any intentions on paying the bill. Pinkish. Oh, thank you. And I love pink. That's my favorite color. Oh, I see. That's dangerous for them. Maxing. Yeah, it is. Maxing out credit cards is real dangerous. Them and their friends have those. What's that mean? What are y'all talking about? Those bots. Who has bots? Okay. Oh, what did they do? Black Acres. Oh, we're talking about Lady London supporting the lifestyle of YouTube content creators who live in Africa. Should we sustain their lifestyle and should we contribute to their medical care? The example, the case study I'm going to use for the medical care is the lady in Ghana. Her name is Charlie. Miss Charlie. I'm going to use her for an example for the medical care. And then sustaining lifestyle, I'm going to use Black Acres of the Gambia. All right. So we're talking about how they ask for donations from us while talking about us, and they need those donations to sustain their lifestyle. Okay. And did they do they owe? Yeah, they owe a lot. I think it was $20,000 he owed in child support. So I can't even imagine how much he owed for the other stuff. And remember, they had a house. I sure wouldn't burn bridges if I moved out of the US long time. You never know. No, no. No, you should not. Because you never know when you're going to have to come back. They will get in. Okay. Okay. So I think we got them all. Don't they have any savings at their age? I don't think they did. I think the savings that they had. Well, how do you save in Africa? Now think about that. How do you save in Gambia? Where are they getting money to save? Like if you're working here, you can save. You can scale down your house, your expenses, and you can save. But how can you save in Gambia when they're not even making Delassi and then they're spending money? They got staff, they got to pay them, they got to continually pay for these repairs. They got to continually pay for things to be done on the land, their land, on not their land, on the villagers' land. So how do they save money? You can't save money in the position that they've put themselves in. All right, so let's get to this video now. They also talking about locals asking for money constantly, but they don't. Thank you. They do the same thing. They do the exact same thing. Okay, now I want to show you this video about what happened. What unfortunate situation this family found themselves in. Okay, when they went went to Ghana. I'm not gonna say Africa. Africa is a continent. When they went to Ghana, and what happened to their mom. And you tell me, what do you do? Do you feel like this is something we should support? Is this something that people should when you have medical issues? Should you come to YouTube and ask people to donate, and then, or should you just deal with it? So let's go. Let's see what y'all think.
I'm Cameron, and this is the Big Sankofa. And today I'm here to share a very special and important story about what's going on with my family. So, the US, but more importantly, about my mother's current urgent medical needs. And the reason why we're seeking to raise money to cover her leg surgery and her ongoing breast cancer treatment. So, Mom, can you tell them a little bit about the injury that happened that has caused the osteomyelitis, and so they can understand the type of surgery that you will need to have?
Hmm. My granddaughter and I were walking hand in hand on a really popular street in East Legon. And most of the streets have open gutters. So I'm walking with Micah, and my foot crashes through a raggedy piece of plywood all the way to the bottom, I want to say 18 inches to the sewer, which is filled with, you can only imagine what. and my shin is shredded up. I had on jeans, so I didn't know how bad it was until I started walking home and blood was running down my leg. Anyway, I get back to your apartment and I clean it up as best I could with antibiotics, and I don't think anything of it because it's because it's my shin, it's not flesh, and it stopped bleeding relatively quick. But because of those germs that were in the sewer, I developed osteomyelitis. And osteomyelitis is the destruction of the bone marrow
Mm.
by either bacteria, fungi, or bacteremia. So if you can imagine a chicken bone missing all the red marrow, that's what osteomyelitis does. It kills bone cells and weakens the bone. So, and it was diagnosed as osteomyelitis with the need to treat it before the bone became so hollow that it would break or I risk losing a leg because I'm old and if it breaks, it might be really bad.
That's right. And the osteomyelitis also caused significant and
Rapid
rapid
weight loss.
weight
Yeah.
loss.
Okay, so let me tell you about what her leg went inside. She said it was 18 inches, right? Now you got to remember, you got to visualize this that people, there's human waste in those things. Besides trash and all kind of debris, there's human waste in there. Okay? So when her leg went down inside of, I don't forgot what you call them, went down inside and went in that 18 inches down. Okay? It went down inside that waist. So when she was cut, her leg was cut. All of that waste, human waste, and all whatever else was in that water, that wasn't even water. Whatever that stuff was, it got inside of her leg, her tissue. Okay, and then she gets this really bad infection.
um, which helped in a way to diagnose your
Breast
tumor.
cancer,
Hmm.
yeah. So you picked me up and said how poor I was, and I later saw myself and I was less endowed, and it was just a shock. I was pitiful for it. But because I lost so much weight, probably 30 pounds in less than 6 weeks, I was able to feel a pea-sized lump in my breast that I wouldn't have been able to feel if I kept my size 36Cs. So in a way, that's a that's a good thing. It led to the discovery of lobular breast cancer, which is really aggressive. So had to act soon on that because by the time I got to America, it went from pea size to as big as a walnut.
That's right. And so, you know, Charlie typically, I call her Charlie to my mom. She prefers to be called Charlie just in case you weren't aware. But she spends, when she is here in Ghana, she lives here full time. She's in the eastern region with us, and she's has an avid green thumb, and she puts in lots of work with the aquaponic system and growing peppers and all kind of vegetables. But when we do come into town on weekends and such, that's when you have an opportunity to see her, and was also quite surprised with her weight loss.
Right. So my mom came and visited me, and it was immediately apparent that she had lost a lot of weight. And so she'll say, "Well, I only eat once a day," and so we really weren't sure what it was. But then, like, staff would notice, and people would notice that, like, she just got smaller and smaller and smaller. My mom had nicer boobs than I did, and I was like, "Okay, something is really up." And so we started talking with medical doctors in Ghana, and because there's the perception that, in the United States you can get better treatment, we were like, okay, um, let's get her leg treated there. And so we flew her to the United States. Really, too much time had elapsed from waiting and then trying to see about medical care here before making the decision to go to the States. But we flew her to the United States, and there we were expecting that, okay, it's going to be chop chop, fast fast. She's going to be able to see this doctor, see that doctor, get it, get things done, check on what we did not think was breast cancer at first. Mm-hmm. And then she got to the United States, and like 1 week went by, 2 weeks went by, 3 weeks went by of her going to doctors who were not listening to her, who, because she got a diagnosis of osteomyelitis in Ghana, were like, well, kind of pretty much where you got it from Africa doctor, let us check you for all these other things. And then on
Okay,
top of
I just want to say something about that. Um, It's not that they were as an African doctor. It's just that it's not their diagnosis. Anytime you go to a new doctor, and you can't go and say, "Oh, this is what the doctor said was wrong with me," and they're just going to believe it. No, they're going to test you. They're going to do everything. They're going to do everything to get the diagnosis. They're not going to just go by what somebody said. So the fact that he was an African doctor or he was a Ghanaian doctor, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because African doctors are good doctors. So I don't know what she meant by that. But when I came back from Nigeria and I told you I was sick and I fainted, right? And I was in the hospital. The doctor came, they did call a specialist in for me, right? The doctor told me himself, the doctor who was treating you in Nigeria was a very good doctor. And I could tell by the medicine he was prescribing for you because he was treating you exactly the way we would have treated you here if you would have came in with those symptoms. So I kind of beg to differ that they said, "Oh, it's an African doctor. We don't believe nothing they say." No, I don't think that. I think it was just, okay, you're here now, so now I got to evaluate you for myself.
Of that, she didn't have the Medicare. Which Medicare did you need?
I didn't have Medicare Part B or C.
She didn't have Medicare Part B or C because her idea was that I'm coming to live in Ghana, you know, on a fixed
Fixed income.
income, let me let that lapse. And so we were like, okay,
Okay. So she went to Ghana. She said, "Let me let my Medicare lapse because I think you got to pay for BNC." Yeah, I think you got to pay for BNC. She didn't want, she said, "I'm going to Ghana, so I'm going to let that lapse." So she chose to let that lapse. Okay. And also, another thing you got to realize when you go to Ghana or when you go to Gambia or when you go to Nigeria and you decide you're going to live, and if you qualify, I don't know if you qualify for Medicaid, but if you don't have a job or you're older and you don't have much high income, you can qualify for Medicaid, which helps you pay your medical bills. But again, you can't get Medicaid unless you're a resident of a state, and you have to be a resident of Ohio 100, and did I say 83 or 63? 163 days. Let me double check to make sure. All right, so let's go. So she couldn't even get Medicaid. She had Medicare Part A, and Medicare Part A only pays for hospitalization. It does not pay for doctor's visits. It doesn't pay for the doctor. It doesn't pay for diagnosis. It doesn't pay for testing. It doesn't pay for anything. That's what you have B and C for, and that's what people who don't have much money, they'll get Medicare and they have Medicaid, okay, to cover their hospital expenses.
okay, surely she'll be able to apply, fast, and they'll be able to treat her for a life-threatening injury anyway. And no, just the U.S. first world country was willing, they let her die.
Yeah. Even
Period.
applying for Medicaid, mom, tell them
Even
about
applying for
your
Medicaid took,
experience
yeah,
there.
crazy.
Well, my
They
son,
said the US was crazy. They were crazy. We were crazy because we were making her go through the process that everybody else has to go through. Okay? And now she's applying for Medicaid. Let's see what happens with Medicaid. Now remember, this lady chose to go to Ghana. She chose to go to Ghana. And I'm so sorry this happened to her because I feel sorry for them. Because looking at them, that reminds me of my mom and me and my sister. Just the same. I was the smaller sister. My sister was the bigger sister. My mom was smaller than all of us. So I mean, I feel for these people right here. I sympathize. I connect with them. But my job is to point out the truth and the reality in this situation. And the reality of this situation is that these ladies chose, Miss Charlie chose, like her daughter said, to do everything that she did. All right, so let's see what happened.
son Chase helped me navigate the human services, and I was told that I did qualify for Medicaid, which the bulk of poor Americans can gain access to.
Hmm.
And I was told it might be expedited and I'd hear within 30 to 45 days. I
Hmm.
didn't hear from them. And then I went back to the offices and they said, oh, well, they changed the guidelines. It's up to 60 days. So ultimately, I wouldn't have qualified because I had $30 too much in my pension, $30.
And tell them also there was other programs that were going to help when you went to seek medical treatment for.
So she said the Medicaid, she didn't qualify because she made too much money. So I don't know what state she lives in, but here you got to be a resident. So I'm not sure what state she lives in where maybe she's maintaining her residency. Maybe she goes back. Maybe she goes back every 6 months. I don't know. I don't know, but she said her pension check was $30 too much. But I'm just curious to what was their residency rules? What was the residency law? Did they care about that, or is it just Ohio? Ohio could be the only one who care about that because Ohio's real funny.
Uh, the lump in your breast. Tell them about that.
Um, at a hospital where I was going at least once a week to get different things, a nurse handed me a card and told me about a program. It's a national cancer program in Fort Worth, and I believe my mother used it when she had cancer. Um, but it's free, and it's not just Texas, but all across America. There's a
Okay, she's
fund.
from Texas. They're from Texas. So I don't know the rules for Medicaid. Medicaid is different from state to state. Okay. So I know in my state, that's the rule in my state. So in her state, she says that she made $30 too much. Well, they first told her it was, but I don't know. She said they approved. I don't know. Okay. She said $30 too much. So we're going to go with what she said.
Save women from death by breast cancer. And so I was hooked up with what they call a nurse navigator. The nurse navigator sets appointments, gets the test done. I had mammography, CT scan,
And we were like, yes, it's
yeah,
getting done. Yes.
and I had a biopsy that would later tell me and them what kind of cancer it was.
Mhm.
And so after I had the biopsy, I knew what kind of cancer it was. And then I found out when they tried to set other appointments for me, like who was going to do the surgery, it turned out I didn't qualify because the program is for people 64 and younger.
So can I say, so by this time, she had already been in the United States a month.
No, by that
A
time,
month and a half?
60 days. We
60
got to the
days,
60
yes.
day mark.
Now, she had only come back here for 2 months, people. That medical system, our medical system moved that fast. That fast. She was in Africa, came back here. Within 2 months' time, they've done all this. They've done all this. To me, that's moving fast because it takes a long time to even get a doctor's appointment. Now it does. But they got her in because it was an emergency and they got her hooked up with all these programs. And it was just, but how do they not know this ahead of time? See, this is where I'm confused because they know ahead of time that the program, you got the age of 65 and older when they're signing you up for the program. So how do they tell you you qualify? Then they tell you you don't qualify. How does Medicaid say, oh, there's 40 days, you qualify in 30 days, but then in 60 days, you don't qualify? I don't get that. I don't understand none of it. That's just these people need. I don't understand these people they're dealing with because this to me this is the stuff you know up front. You know up front. This is the criteria whether you qualify or whether you do not qualify. So this game they playing with her, oh, you qualify, but then we tell you you don't qualify. I don't understand that.
Yeah, so 60 days. So her leg is being untreated for another 60 days, and she's in severe pain. My mother's not a crybaby. So for her to be like, ouch and ooh, and and showing that she's in pain, we know that it hurts. So she's in constant pain for 60 days. She's diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer runs in our family. My mother.
So they're just working on the breast cancer. They're so oh, she got two issues going on. Okay. So the first issue it sound like they working on here is the breast. They're trying to diagnose whether she has breast cancer or not.
My grandmother died of breast cancer. Two
Oh wow,
aunts died of breast cancer. So we knew it was serious.
serious.
And so when we found out that, okay, we thought she was going to get this breast cancer treatment, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually, no, we can't help you. Here's a referral, maybe to a surgeon who will do it on a payment plan, and it's up $10,000. We were like, and so after more
Yeah,
talk,
because my surgery was $32,000. $32,000 is how much my surgery was. Okay.
we decided, okay, you're coming back to Ghana because I had talked with people that breast cancer surgery can be done here.
So they didn't have the money, I guess, to pay for the breast cancer surgery because she didn't get the Medicaid. Because after they told her, it sounded like after they told her she did get it, Then they told her she couldn't get it because she made too much. Then they told her she was on this one program. They told her she could be on that program. Then they come back around and tell her she can't be on that program. So now she's been diagnosed, but she has no money to pay for the surgery. None whatsoever. So let's go.
Myelitis surgery can be done here, and it will be cheaper here than in the United States. It will be faster here than in the United States, but it still costs money.
And she'll have the support
and she'll
system.
have the support system of us. Yeah, but it still costs a lot of money.
So
Yes.
yeah, within a week of mom getting back here in Ghana, Charles had already orchestrated and scheduled for the mastectomy.
Yes, and that's been done.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mom, do you want to share anything about the mastectomy and the excellent surgeon?
Well, I had a woman surgeon, which I think really made a big difference because besides being an excellent surgeon, I love her handiwork. She listened to she listened to me. Um, she was willing to take instruction on what I wanted and what I didn't want, and we were able to reason things out together, which sometimes you can't do with a man. So my hats off to that surgeon, Florence Dede.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, so she had the breast cancer surgery, which was expensive, but we were able to help with that. And then there was still the leg surgery. We were like, okay, the leg surgery, we should be able to do too, but no, it's more expensive.
Breast cancer surgery.
Yes. So the plan is to get the leg surgery done at Bank Hospital, which is a reputable hospital. We have everything that needs to be done, but it's extremely expensive. And we don't have it. And she needs ongoing breast cancer treatment to make sure that it
Doesn't come back.
doesn't come back. She needs chemotherapy
Ever radiotherapy.
and radiotherapy.
That's right. So the osteomyelitis treatment that they'll do is a type of debridement. I don't think we explained
Yeah,
that.
we explain what they'll do, Mom.
Yeah, explain the
Debridement
debridement.
is osteomyelitis eats away the
Okay, now she's got the breast surgery, right? She's got the breast cancer taken care of. They paid for that. The families paid for that. Okay. Now they got to do the leg part.
inner core of a bone, your bone marrow, where red blood is made. And so the bacteria or fungi, whatever caused the osteomyelitis, was eating away at the interior of my bone, causing immense pain and putting me at risk for a fracture. Um, so to treat that, I had to have a core biopsy, and I did in America. Imagine a wine corkscrew going in your leg and they're pulling out a sample. So they just confirmed what we already knew. It's osteomyelitis, but they had to find out for themselves.
Yes,
So
you do, people. That's normal medical procedure. That is not abnormal. That is not abnormal. So I don't understand. I don't understand. It seemed like they got some kind of, sarcastic attitude with with the United States. And to me, the United States moved really fast and really quickly, efficiently and effectively. They, okay, they did the test, they did a biopsy, they did all of that. So I don't understand what
they
they're.
basically use a sharp metal scoop to dig out all the dead material, fill it with antibiotics. And because the bone is so fragile, they probably had to put a plate with screws to keep my bone from weakening and breaking. Because with my advanced age, if it breaks, I'm at risk for losing a leg because it would be, a compound fracture.
And you're actually at risk of losing a leg anyway because the infection, if it's not treated quickly,
Can we continue?
yeah, she started with severe nerve pain, just basically in her shin, that has since, over this time, back and forth, has now spread from your toes to your knees and a
My
little.
ankle, yeah.
So they'll get in there, and Bank Hospital is a really excellent hospital where we hope to have her procedure done. They have the actually it's bone. They're going to do a
Uh, they're going to do bone grafting.
mhm.
And so it's donated bones cleansed to fill up the hole that was caused by the osteomyelitis and then seal it with a metal plate.
Okay.
It's going to be okay. And but we're fortunate enough to have access to that hospital, and we found a really excellent state of the art cancer hospital, the
Swedish
Ghana.
Ghana
Cancer hospital. Yes, it's in Lakeside Estates, and it's state of the art with an excellent physician who is on top of it, who was able to look at all of the biopsies and everything else that is done, and has recommended radiation therapy to start with. And that will be 5 days a week, 20 minutes a day for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, yeah. And possibly.
So remember, this is cash, people. This is that she's back in Ghana. She's not in the United States. I don't know why she just, if she's gonna pay cash, I don't know why she could. Oh, it was cheaper in Ghana. They said it was cheaper in Ghana, and it was the hospital people in Ghana were really good, so that's why they were there.
Possibly chemotherapy, but back in the day, you used to be hooked up to an IV, and my mother would say it felt like fire going through your veins. But now you can take chemo with a pill. So if that's available, I prefer that as opposed to being hooked up to an IV for possibly an hour, multiple days.
If everything goes as planned, and I'm sure that it will, you will be on the road to recovery in as little as 4 weeks. It will take 3 weeks, 1 week for the bone surgery, and 3 weeks of radiation and possibly ongoing treatment. But we can have this all.
Oh, yeah, all the surgery is taken care of. Okay, because the bone will still be fragile, and a young person, say Malachi's age, it would take like 8 to 10 weeks, and you can walk. But me, it might take as long as 16 weeks, and I'd have to be very careful walking around the farm doing what I do.
That's right. Something that I want to share, and it was actually a concern of ours before we even put the video out, because with social media and YouTube, you always only typically get a glimpse of everything that is perfect going on in someone's life. And so from the outside looking in, our farm is going well. I'm selling real estate both in Texas and here in Ghana. Charles is doing extraordinary things with Serenity House, and
that's right. They sell real estate. I forgot about that. So they do sell real estate. They sell real estate, and they have this farm in Ghana.
And from the outside looking in, someone could question, well, why are they in need of money? And it's not easy, and it's not planned. It was just not planned for. So this is a genuine plea for help to raise the money needed for my mom's surgery so that she can get back on to the things that she enjoys. What are you most looking forward to?
My dog.
Winter.
Yeah, I got a dog that I was hoping would take me into my old age. It's a dog that's small enough so that I won't be dragged down the street. But I do miss the farm, and I'm anxious to see the new bunch of chickens. And I want some goats, and I want to raise some catfish too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Charles, do you have anything else you want to
add? Just probably piggybacking on what you said. I think there's always a perception with Americans that we're in Ghana, we have money. You never know. Like, I own Serenity House Ghana. You come in here and you will swear that I am rich. It's self-funded. I'm not rich. It's it's very difficult. And so for me, it's personally painful to not be able to just give my mom the money like I would have when I worked for USAID. It's painful to even have to do a GoFundMe. And so,
poor lady.
Well, so, don't be prideful.
I'm not prideful. I'm just saying it's. So we're asking for a donation contribution it's really to help save my mom's life. It's point blank period. We're asking friends and family and people who hear the story.
And any donation, whether you're here in Ghana or you're in the United States, helps. We don't care if it's 15 CDs or $15. The average cost of just the consultations that she's getting is around 500 to 750 CDs. So that's less than around $50 US. So any amount of contribution that you can make would be a blessing for us.
Yeah, but it adds up because her surgery, the leg surgery alone, is $10,000 US in Ghana. Yeah. People think, well, why isn't it cheaper? It's because it's a major leg surgery, and the ongoing breast cancer treatment is chemotherapy and radiation, which costs. So the amount of money is to cover all of that and ongoing medical treatment, because breast cancer is
it's for real.
It's for real. Yeah.
Okay. So with that said, thank you for watching, and please check out the GoFundMe. I will add the link to the description of this video, and keep us in your prayers. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So that's them. This is the whole family. Okay. So that's them. Now, the sister, I didn't know. Let me go back and get y'all questions. Because I didn't know. I didn't get that part that she owned the Serenity House in Ghana. So I just looked that up. Let me show y'all what the sister owned, what the house is, what the Serenity House is. An older person paying your insurance premium should be number one. As an older person paying insurance, yes, it should be. Insurance premium should be number one. Are they? Yeah, they're all U.S. citizens. Yes, they are. All three of them are. The whole family. 10,000 USD they need. Yes. I think they got it though. There's another video where they said they got the money. I looked at the GoFundMe, and I think they got actually more than what they needed. but they need more money because this treatment for her leg, it has to continue. And the breast cancer treatments, I think she has to go to those and they have to pay for those. And she basically needs this medical treatment to be sustained. Whew, I'm sitting here rubbing my forehead. This is crazy. No, a scary and sad. Wasn't it? When I first saw it, y'all, when the sister choked up, oh my God, y'all, I burst out crying. I just burst out crying. Hey, O'Shea Duke Jackson. Thank you for coming on my channel and watching. And thank you for featuring me on your channel. Thank you so much. I feel honored. And even more honored that you joined us tonight. Thank you so much. Um, every time I try to become sympathetic to the family's dilemma, their lack of accountability and their attitude towards people, the people trying to help them makes it difficult. It's everybody's fault. Exactly. And that's the position that I'm taking. That's how I feel. Like, how about thank you? How about thank you, United States? That as soon as I got there, you guys got me in. You guys tried to help me. Even though I wasn't qualified for certain programs, you guys worked really hard to try to help me. I don't get that. And I know, and you know how crowded the medical system is now. So she was sick. They got her in right away. She didn't even have a doctor here, doesn't sound like, but they got her in right away. Oh no, not another sad story that ends with asking for money. Please. Well, it should be a warning video of what happens if you let your Medicare lapse and don't buy medical insurance. Yes, this is what happens. And I think, yeah, she quit paying. She decided to let it lapse because she was leaving. You can't do that. No, you can't, especially when you're an older person. You can't do that at all when you're an older person. Yes, they sell real estate. Real estate in Ghana and real estate in Texas. Yes, that's what I said when I was watching it. Oh my God, it was horrible. We haven't gotten to that part of the video yet. What part of the video y'all talking about? O'Shea says, how much did they need? I forgot. Oh, come on, y'all. Let's go to it. We can go to it. I forgot. It's right here. It don't seem like they were asking for that much. Let's go back to the video and see how much they needed. Because I don't think they were asking. It didn't seem like it was that much money, So that was one thing. It wasn't like Aja where they was asking for a ridiculous amount. Oh no, y'all, they didn't get it all. Hold on, let me show it to y'all. Dag, I thought they got it all, but they got enough. Oh, O'Shea, thank you for the money. That's nice. Thank you so much. Hold on, y'all. Let me share the screen so y'all can see this. The GoFundMe. Let me show you what they said on the GoFundMe. Okay, here it is. Um, no, I'm gonna reject all the cookies. Okay, so here's the GoFundMe. So it says help Charlie Hill. Let me make sure y'all can see this. Okay, so this was the GoFundMe. And it says help Charlie Hill. So they got 12,230. I think they were asking for 21,750. Okay. But they're gonna need all of that. They're gonna need all of that because she has to keep going for treatment. So they only got $12,230 so far. That's what they got so far. So let me go back to y'all comments. Oh, thank you again. What does this say? It says I need to start giving a sad story and start scamming people here. I bet I could get rich. Yeah, they do. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. Yeah, just make up. I'm not saying they made it up. I'm sure they didn't make it up, but that's what happens. She probably needs to go back to the U.S. until her health. She does, Renee. I would because she needs all this follow up care. And that's what they're trying to get money for now is the follow-up care. I would return to the US for treatment. Yeah, I would too. But see, she still got that leg to deal with. And always have a return ticket, honey. That ain't no lie. Always have a return ticket on standby so you can get up out of there. Yep, exactly, wonderful. She's exactly right. Always have a ticket on standby. Yes, they're U.S. citizens. Okay, so we read all them. Let's go back down and make sure we got them all. So, what do y'all think about that? Do you think it's okay to donate to that? Do y'all think it's okay if you get in medical situations like this, that it's okay for you to come on YouTube and ask us to basically pay for your medical expense? Because you chose, not, when you decided to repatriate, you decided you did not want to pay for your Medicare. Part B and C, the part you need for the doctor, that you didn't want to pay for that, and you decided that you didn't want that, and now you need that, and now you're in a situation and you want the community to donate money to pay for your care and your upkeep, because she's going to need care and she's going to need the upkeep because she got to keep going back for the treatments. And you cannot depend on GoFundMe to deliver. No, you can't, because you don't know how people are going to feel about the situation. So you're absolutely right. Going through that now, I got a crown that needs repair. Oh, see, a month wait. Yes, I told you. That's why they got her in quickly. Is it cheaper to just get treatment in Ghana? Is it cheaper to get treatment? They said it was cheaper to get the surgery and the treatment in Ghana. But they don't have Ghana seemed like the medical care was pretty good from what they said, but it's not like the United States. There's no way it could be comparable to the United States medical system. So that was you can't depend on the GoFundMe. I think we got all of them. So let's look at these people. Agent 007 says these people sound kind of arrogant. Maybe that contributed to some of their problems in getting assistance. Maybe so. Maybe so. Yeah, maybe so. It might have. And she said that the people said that they had money. They assumed that they had money because of the projects and the things that they do in Ghana. Okay? Because the Serenity House, I'm gonna show you that's beautiful. I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful. So the Serenity House, the sister owns that. They said the other sister said she sells real estate, and they have the farm, the mushroom farm. Remember I told you about that. So those are two things that they do. So let's look at that. I open a GoFundMe cash flow. Let's go 50-50. We can couple a house and some land. Yeah. Kinconda Gakers of the Gambia. Oh God, that's funny. Steph, I can relate. And okay, O'Shea says, I want to start lying. Please don't. Please don't. It ain't worth it. These people always sound entitled and ungrateful, like bag. Act exactly. Actually call people dumb. Can you believe that? But we're dumb, but you steady asking us for money. All right. So y'all got any more comments about the big Sankofa before we move on to my favorite people, Black Acres? I've been wanting to talk about y'all for so long. Okay. So we don't have any more comments about the medical part. Who calls people dumb? Black Acres of the Gambia, Rick to be precise. He calls us dumb because we want to stay here. So, I think people figure they will be eating better, easy lifestyle, and won't get sick. No, but life expectancy, and that's so far from the truth. I mean, do I eat better when I go there? I mean, I don't know. I eat about the same. I eat the same way I eat here. I eat when I go to Africa. I don't ever remember eating differently, like eating less or eating more. I eat the same. The lifestyle is a little different because your money goes more. I mean, it's worth more. so it goes a little further. Okay, so you can get a little more for your money. So, and then the things you need as an American, your lifestyle kind of goes up over there. Well, mine does because I can't live like that. I got to have nice stuff. I want to have what I have here. So, I live in a nice house there. So, and you won't get sick. And I've gotten sick several times. So none of that is true. None of that is true. You eat about the same, you live about the same, you do about the same. Uh, this lady should go back to yes, she should, the U.S. and get all the aid that's available. Yes, Tay Tay said I was ignorant, but yet she was scammed out of $16,000. Oh wow, I'm sorry. She said you was ignorant. Right. But she the one that was scammed out of the $16,000. So she said. We don't know. Uh I won't donate due to the fact she has the option, to go back to the US for treatment and can get insurance. Breast cancer treatment is that's what they were saying. It's an ongoing process and she needs money. That's what they're saying. They need money. They're asking for money to keep this treatment going. Stephanie said, shh, wink, wink. How about 20%? So, yes, she got to keep this treatment going. Okay, so we got all those comments. Now, we're going to go. What does this say? Okay, they're just laughing. So now I want to show you their house, this Serenity house that the sister has. Because remember, she said people were saying that they have money over there, and why should they be asking for things and they have money? So I want you to see the Serenity House. I don't even know what it is, but this is what the sister says she owns. Who are we? Let's see who they are. Okay, let's listen to this, y'all. Our gift of place of solitude and call it serenity. Here women can see clearly. The guest house, it looks like a house where you do things. Like it's a bed and breakfast. Okay, so I guess it's a bed and breakfast and you can rent the house out. Oh, this is really pretty. Look at this, y'all. This is nice. Oh, and it's 160. Does that say 100? Wait a minute. Is that say $160 per? Lord, no, it don't. It say $160 per night. Wow, I don't pay that when I go to Africa. $100 for this room a night. Those sound like American prices to me. $135. So this is what she does. This is the other daughter. This is how she makes her money. It has event space where they rent out space for parties. Wow, this is nice. I wonder if she built this. So there's a work cafe. So this just sounds like a place where she rents out space and events. All right, so that's the Sankofa house. That's what she does. And then I wanted to. This is the last thing I'm going to show you about them. It was an update on the mom, and this is when she's saying that the mom needs ongoing care and that she needs you guys to continue to donate because the mom needs ongoing care, and it's really sad. So let me go back to here. It was right here. And let me see if I can get to their video again. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back on here and look them up. So let me stop sharing that till I get the video up here. So on this video, they were talking about how their mom, she needs for breast cancer. You know how you have to go for treatment, and she needs to, now that they've got some of it paid for, now they need the rest of the money for the treatments. Okay, so let's go back to them. So then they need money for this treatment now, and the mom is she's I don't I'm gonna let y'all see how she's doing. I'm gonna let you see how she's doing, and then we're gonna move on to Black Acres. Okay, because this was really sad to me. It really was to see these people going through this. But then, the story is just okay. Here she is. Let's get this on. Let me go back and share this. Okay. So this will be the last one we're going to watch about them. This is the update.
Howdy.
Howdy. This is Chaz Kaiser with Charlene Kaiser, my mom, and we are at the Bank Hospital where she is about to get bone surgery on her leg. And it's been made possible in part through very generous donations that came through the video we created to raise money through GoFundMe, Momo, Zelle. People really came through very, very fast to the point where most of her surgery expenses are covered. But to be
For the
uh-huh, for the
osteomyelitis.
osteomyelitis. Yeah, so I mean, donations came in fast and furious, and be it
10 bucks or
ten
a
bucks or a
thousand.
thousand, we're just really grateful. So she goes in for surgery today. We're expecting a successful surgery. We do kindly ask for more donations to come in to fully cover the surgery, and then the breast cancer treatment that is going to come right after the surgery.
Howdy.
So, as you see, they're going to need more money and more money and more money. So, this is not ending anytime soon with them asking for this money. So, that was the case study of the medical expenses. That makes no sense. This begging culture is outrageous. She needs to go back to the United States. Exactly. So you can get some help and you don't have to go beg on YouTube. In her case, she should have never left the United States. Oh, wow. I spent 2 years in Africa and kept everything intact because you never know. And that ain't no lie. You never know. I almost threw my phone. If that lady don't get her tail back here and stop begging, you are wrong. Oh my God. You never give up Medicare when you're abroad because it's impossible to get it back. Yes, you don't do that. Exactly. Most people won't pay that. Yeah, she just wasn't thinking. Really American A. Yeah, she wasn't, there's no way this late they could have been thinking. No way, because it's nice. Yeah. What are you saying, O'Shea? Um, Pastry Shack. What did Tay times two call you ignorant? Okay. Um, sounds like personal problems. Handle them. Oh, LB said those are personal problems. We don't need to be. You don't need to be talking to us about that. I'm just gonna be honest. GoFundMe, please. It's it it ain't never been on it ain't never been on a vacation out of the country. Please, I need to be flowed out. Okay. The lady should go back to the US and get the aid that's available. Okay, we said that one. All right, so I think we got all those. So now we are gonna slide our way to talking about. So that was a medical person. That was somebody who needed donations for a legitimate medical emergency. Okay, and she needed you guys. She needed us. She needed our help. Some people helped. Some people gave her the money that she needed. But now we find out this is going to be an ongoing thing. She's going to always need this money. Okay, so what do we do? Do we continue? So do people continue to send? So is it like every month, like a Patreon? You just continue to send money, continue to send money. Is that what you do? How are they going to do that? Oh, HE double hockey sticks. We can stop talking about them folks. Gordon Bennett, mom's cash cow. Okay. Pastry says, I recommend Charlie Gold a plant-based diet, which many breast cancer patients have claimed to have helped them. No meat, no dairy, no cheese, no vegan. It works. But how's she going to follow up with her treatments? Do they just stop their treatments, or what do they do about their treatments? It makes no sense. This okay? So we got all we got them all right, y'all. We got all the comments. Now we're gonna talk about leave it up to the individual. Brownie says she's gonna leave it to the individual. Uh, Miss One says, I don't understand how people go there and spit on everything American. What's want us to all move over there? And if we do, who you gonna beg for money? That's a good one. She said, y'all want us all to move over there, but if we all move over there, then who y'all gonna beg for money? That was a real good one. That was a real good one. Okay. Right. She is right. Who they gonna ask for money then? Right. Nobody will be left in Babylon. Y'all be broke. Oh my God, they have GMO in Africa as well. Yes, they do. Yeah, so she got to be careful. You right. She got to be careful. All that food over there is not because remember that's where we're sending that food, and I think they told Gambia like they have that food over there, that the rice and stuff. They have that GMO food over there. So yeah, you got to watch the food. You can't just assume because it's Africa. It's no pesticides. It's a wrap. Isn't wrapped tight. Tay Tay isn't wrapped tight. Okay, so now we're going to talk about Black Acres of the Gambia. So another thing I found when I was researching that not only people don't they beg for medical treatments. I'm not going well, they ask for donations for medical treatment and they want us to pay for that. But Black Acres of the Gambia has went so far as to ask us and demand pretty much that we sustain their lifestyle in the Gambia. I kid you not. If you have not been following them through the years, then you've missed it. Because we have built, this community has built Black Acres a 4,000 square foot house. Well, they call it a mansion. Okay. They have built this mansion off of donations. But in the beginning, Black Acres told us they were going to build us a community. They told us they were going to build a community. So we began to give them money. But then people started questioning everything and was wondering, how does Black Acre even sustain their lifestyle? People started questioning a lot of different things about Black Acres, namely myself. And then we kind of realized that Black Acres were scamming us. They were making a lot of promises to us to get this money. But once they got the money, oh boy, everything changed. Everything changed. But first, before we look at that, I want you to look at how much they're actually making so you can understand why they have to do what they have to do, especially now because Black Acres is not making any money right now. So, first thing I want to show you is how much money they're making from their AdSense. Now, remember, AdSense is how we make money on YouTube. Okay, that's how YouTube pays us. They pay us with AdSense. All right, and there is a nice website called Social Blade, and Social Blade basically, uh, oh, that's not the right one. Hold on. Social Blade, here it is. No, that's Patreon. Okay, Social Blade, here it is. So Social Blade basically, let me bring it up so y'all can see it. It'll tell you how much we make. If you want to know how much any of us make on YouTube, all you got to do is go to Social Blade. Okay. And so here's Social Blade. This is the website, as you see right here, socialblade.com. You just type in the name of the YouTube content creator that you want to search and see how much they make. And you can search Keke and you can see Keke just make pennies. Keke truly do this out of the passion out of her heart. She truly do this out of the kindness of her heart. That's why I don't understand why people argue and fight over this YouTube money. This is just really sad that this is all the money they got access to. So as you go, you scroll down, you see all the stuff right here. This tells you how many subscribers and how many videos. And right here, they tell you right here, see how much they make? The estimated monthly earnings. So that means it's anywhere, it can go a little higher than 331 or a little lower than 331. The lowest that they get is $21. But YouTube won't pay you with $21. So you got to wait till it gets up to 100. So as you can see, they make $331 a month estimated. A year, they make anywhere between, this is an estimate, anywhere between $248 and $4,000. That's how much they make a year. So all these people thinking they making all this money off of YouTube, no, they're not. No, they're not. At this point, you see right here, $331. And then you can scroll down and it tells you, gives you a little more detail, but then it breaks it down and you see that's how much they make. So they make $331 estimated a month. It can go up a little more or it can go down a little more on what is that? From AdSense. Okay. So let's check out their Patreon. Okay. So they make so much money on Patreon. Remember that you gotta, if you want to see the house, if you want to see anything, you gotta be a member of the Patreon, right? So you think when I first started researching Black Acres, which has been about 3 or 4 years now, okay, I'll say it was 2021. No, it was before that. It was 2020, I think, or 2021. It's been about 3 or 4 years that I've been researching Black Acres. Okay. When I first started researching Black Acres used to get $1,500 in donations from Patreons, right? So I want to show you on their Patreon. I want to show you now how much Black Acres makes on Patreon. Because see, once you see all of this, Once you see all of this, you're going to know these people are desperate for money. They want to pretend like they have this money, but they don't. Okay, look. Black Acres of the Gambia, Rick and Cynthia, y'all see them right there. And this is so old. Remember, this was their first little logo. Now, look, you see how much they make? Do you see that? 600. Put my glasses on. $667. That's how much they make a month on YouTube, and from YouTube $331, from Patreon $667. So they make roughly a little less than $1,000 every month from their YouTube channel. And remember, Rick claimed, some people said he claimed he got money from his injury when he was in the military, that he got injured in the military and that he got money. But I heard Rick laughing, saying that people are saying he gets retirement money and he really doesn't. Okay. So I don't know. But I know one thing, that if he does get any type of money, the state of Tennessee has put a claim on that income. And the state of Tennessee is taking that money for child support. Okay. But he claims he gets nothing. He claims he gets nothing. He claims he gets nothing. Okay. But I don't know what, I don't know what to believe. Some people say they heard him say it. Some people say that, but I heard him say he did not get anything. That's what I heard him say. So the $300 and this 600 and something dollars, 331 and 600 and something dollars. That's how much money they are making right now. Okay. So let me go back to my notes. What did I say after that? So we looked at the Patreon. Then we're not talking about their donations, because they got 1,000 different ways for you to donate to them. Okay. Now, before we do that, we're going to look at the data. But first, I want to take your comments, and then we're going to look at the data, because I found this really nice website. Okay, we don't have any more comments. Y'all. I found this really, really nice website that does qualitative research for you, and I can't even believe it. It collects the data for you. They say that they say they're living in what? Okay. Hey, Edra is saying they don't show their sons, and Ricky D got their own place. Ricky got her own, Keke got her, Ricky Denise got her own place. And the boys, I think the boys still live with them, but I don't know. I can't tell. It seems like they still live with him, but you don't see the girl Nadia. So I wonder if Nadia came back to the United States, because we haven't seen Nadia. And that's another thing I want to just say something real quick about those kids. Rick and Cynthia are very selfish people. Very selfish people. They don't spend any money on those kids. Those boys, I have boys. Men like to look nice. They like to smell good. They like to wear fresh clothes. They like to have fresh haircuts. They like to have fresh hats, fresh shoes. Cynthia and Rick don't do nothing for them kids. They don't do nothing for them. Nothing. Rick, that boy Raheem, Doug, whatever his name is, that boy worked for them like a dog. He never took one day off. And when he did take a day off, they made a big deal out of it. He's a young man and he couldn't do nothing. They're making them kids give up their lives to live their dream. Now think about that. Those kids are not allowed to leave the farm. They got to work on that farm, get paid by them whatever small little amount that they get, and that's it. They're not allowed to go to school. They're not allowed to come back to America. They're not allowed to do nothing but work and help Rick make his dream come true, to help Cynthia make their dream come true of Black Acres being something that it's never going to be. But they making their kids sacrifice their lives, their young lives, to help build their dream. And if the kids refuse, they talk about the kids like a dog. They treat the kid, when the kids said they was leaving, they told the kids, don't call them. Don't talk to them. They don't have time to talk to them. Now, who would do that? The same people who are coming to ask us for donations. See how they use their kids, and now they use us the same way. They using us the same way. Everybody's job is to make them, Black Acres of the Gambia, make their dream come true. That's what God put breath in all of our bodies to make Black Acres of the Gambia dream come true. Those kids aren't allowed to do nothing. Nothing. That boy can't even go out with his girlfriend without them making a big deal about it. Because why? He's supposed to be at Black Acres working 24/7 while Rick and Cynthia lay up in their house or in their bed and do whatever they do. Because they show ain't working. Them kids is doing it all. Raheem was doing all of it. And now they got the nerve to be mad because he said, I'm not doing it no more. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Kids got a right to discover their lives. God gave us all our own life. That is low down and dirty of Rick to make them kids dedicate their life to working on something they'll never inherit. They will never inherit Black Acres of the Gambia. People, do you understand me? That land is leased. Those kids are doing all that for nothing. Nothing. This ain't Donald Trump's people. Donald Trump's people left him lots and lots and lots of money. Lots of money. Donald Trump's daddy gave him $100,000 to start a business with. Black Acres won't even give them kids an education to start a business with. But they supposed to do all that for them? I don't get that. And let me say something else. They got old. I didn't even know Rick's parents were still alive. He is so blessed to still have his mother and his father still here. But he's so selfish that he don't even go see them. He don't even go see them. He has not even been back to America to visit his mother and his father. He turned his back on them to go to the Gambia. Those people are old. They need help. When your parents get elderly, they need assistance. Who's assisting his parent? Who's assisting his parents? But he wants his kids to assist him. He ain't sacrificing for his mother and his father, but his kids got to sacrifice for him and Cynthia. They got to give up their lives for him and Cynthia. But is he giving up his life for his mother and father? No. He don't take care of them. He ain't got no money to take care of them. He don't send them nothing. He don't do nothing for them. But we supposed to do everything for him. We supposed to send Black Acres hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and they don't even send their mother and father 50 cents. But we supposed to do all that for him? Y'all, these people are the devil, like I've been telling y'all. He do nothing for his family, but his mom and his dad. But we supposed to do everything for him? We mistakenly built that 4,000 square foot house. Well, mansion as they call it, because they lied to us. They lied to us and told us they were building a community. They weren't building no community. He had no intentions of building apartments, housing, and single family housing and stores. He had no Rick and Samburo and Cynthia, his wife, Black Acres of the Gambia, had no intentions of ever building a community for us. Never. And if you think they did, I can prove to you tonight that they did not. And we're going to start right now. I'm going to let the data speak for itself. You don't have to believe nothing I say. So let me tell you what I did. I found this new website. It was nothing but the grace of God. And this website does a quantitative analysis for you. It won't write the research part. It doesn't it won't interpret the data. You have to do that part. But it collects the data and it breaks the data down for you in actual primary sources, which are videos. Now, people think they know what qualitative research is, but they don't. They don't. You have to go to graduate school and learn how to do this stuff, okay? People. So, let me explain to you what a qualitative analysis is, why a qualitative analysis is important. A qualitative analysis reveals the how and the why. We want to know how Black Acres built that house with only little bit of income, and we want to know why. Why did they take these donations from these people? So if we want to know the how and the why, we can't use numbers. We got to use their words. And that's what quantitative analysis does. Now, according to the National Institute of Health, the qualitative research is very important to educational research. And that's the research that I do. Educational research, because I want to educate you on the how these people scam you and why they're scamming you. All right? So these are the questions that we seek to address when we do this type of research. We want to explain to you how this is happening and why this is happening. And it's going to give you a deeper understanding of what's going on with this repatriation movement and these people. It allows you to ask questions that cannot be easily put into numbers to understand the human experience. So we want to understand the human experience. We do qualitative research because numbers can't give us the how and the why, but the people's words can. Therefore, if we want to know how important donations are to Black Acres of the Gambia, we're going to have to look at the how and the why, and we're going to have to do it quantitatively. So what I did, I looked up and God blessed me with finding this website because qualitative analysis takes a long time. It takes a long time because you got to go through the videos and you got to write down phrases and you got to write down how many times you hear these words and how many times you hear these phrases. And it takes a while to do that. Okay. So let me check out y'all questions real quick. If you go to Africa and are for an extended period of time, you can expect to get sick. Yeah, at some point when I was in Uganda for 2 months, I got sick there also. Hey, Joanna, how you been? Yeah, she's right. Because the longer you stay, the you increase your chances of getting sick. Yeah, the longer I stayed, I got sick. Quantitative. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused now. Quantitative. No, qualitative. Quantitative. Qualitative is numbers. Quantitative is words. Sorry, I blame that Cynthia. She should know better as an African. She should, but she don't care, honey. She don't care. She let him do whatever he want to do. They're living in the illusion with yeah, exactly. They're living in the illusion with the delusion. Yes, they are. They're very delusional. Yes, they are. Ricky has so much potential. I feel sorry for that young lady wasting her. They are because they're never gonna when. So don't y'all understand this? That when Rick passes away, because we all have to pass away, and that's real. That portion of the land they will no longer be have access to because that will go back to the state of Gambia. When Cynthia passes away, That portion of the land they would no longer have access to because that goes back to the state of the Gambia. That land is leased, people. Leased from the state of the Gambia. That their children will not inherit a thing from their parents when they pass away. They won't inherit that house. They won't inherit that land. They're breaking their backs for nothing. Rick wants them to break their back for nothing. When Rick and Cynthia are gone, those kids are not even going to be able to take care of themselves because Rick and Cynthia will leave them nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. No insurance money. No nothing. Ain't any of their young men yes, something's wrong. James, you talking about James. He's not autistic. He may have some autism too. You're right, because he does act like he has some autism too. But there's something else wrong with him. And somebody told me, but I promised them I wouldn't tell them. I wouldn't tell what they told me, but they told me what was wrong with him. Okay. And Cynthia knows what's wrong with him. And he has a condition that needs to be treated in the United States. It needs to be treated here. But she don't care. What she care? She ain't coming back here. She can't come because Rick can't come back here, so she's not coming back. If Rick can't come back, she cannot come back. And I told y'all, the state of Tennessee, Rick owes them people over $20,000 for child support. Okay, this is not alleged. This is out of Cynthia's own mouth. So he owes that money. He can't, and they probably took his passport, so he probably can't get back in because that's what they did to Jermaine Jackson. You owe so much child support, they take your passport and they don't let you back in. Oh boy, we getting to the bag. Yeah, we are. We getting to the bag, honey. I've been waiting to get to the bag for a long time. Yeah, yeah. Cynthia should talk to. She should be the one saying our kids need to go live their life. Our kids need to have freedom. Our kids need to go and explore the world. They're not doing none of that. They're not doing none of that. When they come back here after Rick and Cynthia pass away, they're going to have to come back here. And who's going to have to send them back here? The embassy is going to have to pay for them to come back here because they're not going to have any money. Rick and Cynthia have nothing. That car, that Jeep, that Lexus truck that they drive, I thought that truck was their truck. Do y'all know Cynthia said in a video that was, I believe she said, their neighbor's truck, who was one of their neighbors. I'm just going to say a friend. I don't know if it was a neighbor. That one of their friends was letting them borrow their vehicle. That's not even their vehicle. They don't even have a car to leave them kids. They can't leave them kids nothing. And them kids are giving them their life, their youth. That's going to be gone. And then what are they going to do? What are they going to do then? They don't have any skills. They don't have any education. They don't have nothing. Ricky doesn't really know. How can they be happy? She gained so much weight. She knows what her parents have done. Yes, it was wrong. Bad claim they own the land and they tell no, they don't. You cannot own that much land in anywhere in Africa. They leased that land for 99 years. I did the whole research on them. I went back and watched every one of those sorry videos. And I'm telling you now, that land is leased they leased that land from the state of Gambia. From the state of the Gambia. They're trying to act like they sold it or whatever. You cannot buy that much land. That land is leased. And everything on it is leased. And what fool builds a 4,000 square foot? Oh, thank you. I wanted to show y'all the pictures. Let me stop right now. This place is falling apart, like I told y'all it was going to do, because of the dirt they did to get that land, right? You don't do dirty. You don't do dirt and think things are going to go well for you. So let me show y'all this real good. Because see, they won't show us the house. That's how you know things aren't going well for Black Acres out at the Gambia, out at their little their little hookup place. Okay, this how you know it ain't going well. So to be a membership, you only got to pay $5, $10, $20. Okay, so look at this. Can y'all see this? This is one of the videos. It says this contractor did a number on us. Look at this, y'all. I don't know if this is the roof or if this is a wall, but this is cracked from here on across. Okay, I told y'all this house is messed up. There's another one on here. Now look at this one. What is that? What is this, y'all? This is split too. This is done cracked from here. That look like the ceiling. This look like a lamp. Yeah, this look like a ceiling fan. This is a ceiling fan. So maybe this is the wall that's cracked in half. Then she got her cabinets, but what difference does it make that you got your cabinets, woman? Your walls are cracked in half. Are you serious? Look, I'm gonna show y'all again. Look, this one, there's a big crack right there. You see it? It looked like it's. I thought it was the ceiling, but that ain't the ceiling. It looked like it's behind the ceiling fan. You see that? Oh wait a minute, my internet is messing up, y'all. I hate us doing that. I'm gonna call them because you know what? They were supposed to give me another one. This is supposed to be a better one. Okay, now look. And this is another place. So the house is cracking. The house is falling apart. Just like I told you. I told y'all this was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. They kept it a secret from us. They didn't want us to know. But yeah, it's falling apart. Black Acres house is falling apart. The ceiling is cracked and the wall is cracked. It's just a matter of time. This rainy season, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this rainy season, honey. That stuff they built, that sand up, that wasn't. First of all, they did not build that house on a solid foundation. It was not solid. It's too close to the water, so the foundation is going to shift and move every time that water comes. That water is going to come and tear it down, little bit by little bit by little bit. It's going to come and reclaim what's his, what's hers. That river is going to come and reclaim what is hers, which is that land where that house is built. So they are crazy. I cannot wait because this summer, that house may fall to the ground. If the house is cracked like that, mm-mm. The house was built on sinking sand. Exactly. Exactly. Keke, your walls are cracked in at Kiki's, your walls are cracked in. Yeah, they are. The wall is cracked in half. How does your wall get cracked? Somebody tell me, Mr. Foreman, you still on here? Mr. Foreman, if you still on here, please tell me. How do the walls get cracked in half? Whoever on here, Mr. Johnson, do you know? Who knows how do the walls get cracked in half? How does your ceiling get cracked in half? Bags are broke, literally and figuratively. Yes. How? What is going on with that house where the wall is cracking from the bottom to the top and the roof is done cracked? What's happening, y'all? But they don't want, that's why they won't show the house. Well, if your children want to explore their own dreams, they have a right to do so. And it should be uh and it should be with their parents. And and that's why I was with my mom. She let me explore and find myself. I did so many different things before and I still didn't settle. I do so many different things. I've had so many different careers because I like to explore and I like to explore new things. That's how I was raised. My mother gave us the freedom to create who we were and to become who we wanted to be. Not who she told us to be, but who we wanted to be. I don't understand Black Acres. I don't understand. They're leaving these kids with no future. Do y'all get that? Do y'all get that? They have no future. None. They don't have a house to live in. When they pass away, the state of the Gambia is going to come and get that house and get that land. Those kids got to go. They're going to say either you give us some money, you pay us, and you make a deal for the land, or you got to go. You got to go. That's what's going to happen. Rick and Cynthia are not healthy. They're not telling us, but they are not healthy. Look at them. Look at them. You know they're not healthy. They're not, I'm not going to say that, but nobody lives forever. That's what I'm going to say. And they're older. They're older. Okay? And they're in Gambia. And I don't care what they say. They're not going to the doctors like that. They're not getting checkups like that. And then what's going to happen to those kids? How does it crack horizontally? That's what I don't know. It looked like that molding that we saw, that white part molding. Those are usually in like the corners of the ceiling, the edges and stuff. It's like molding they put in the edges of the ceiling. And they also can do that. I don't think it's on the ground. That looked like the ceiling too. It looked like both of them were the ceiling cracking. And like she said, horizontally, I think it was the ceiling. And I think it's because it's shifting like this. Remember the problems they were having with the foundation? I'm waiting for somebody to please answer us. Solomon wanted to lay the right See, wonderful just said it. The foundation ain't right, y'all. That's the only way we can explain that crack because just imagine it's moving and everything is supposed to be standing straight and those stiff uh, beams they got in there or whatever they put in there is trying to hold it straight, but the foundation is moving because of that water and it's turning, uh, and it cracked. It cracked. But they showed him the gate. Faulty foundation for that swamp. Yeah, the foundation is faulty. And Solomon told him. I remember that. I think I'm going to go back and watch that. Chat lives matter. That foundation is shifting. Yeah, I didn't even know that, but I could just tell something ain't right. And I just, knowing from how they started with the houses, it's got to have a strong foundation. And when I was out at Black Acres, that didn't feel like dirt to me. When you stepped on it, it didn't feel like real strong dirt. I didn't know what that was, but it wasn't dirt. So that's what they built that house on. Because I went to the house before it was built, when it was, just the foundation. So, no, it was not built on that strong red dirt. No, it was not. Yeah, the foundation is shifting. And it's too close to that water. There's no way. Like when I was in local government, remember I told y'all my job was the eminent domain. Okay, part of my job was to take your house. Okay, and I would use eminent domain to do that. Okay, now one of the things that I could easily get your house was if you built your house on a flood zone. Black Acres is clearly built on a flood zone. Who builds a house on a flood zone, people? That's not safe. That's why the state could come in, swoop up your house like that because it's a flood zone. That's not safe. That's a hazardous for you and your family. That is a flood zone. Why would you build a house on a flood zone? Why would you build your house? And if you're going to build that close to the water, like my sister said, you need to build the house up, not where the foundation is on the ground. It has to be like some stilts or something, where the house is up, off the foundation is not on the ground. They got greedy thinking donations would build them a mansion, give them a good life. They should have did like ES and Vin Man and went small and beautiful. And I don't even like ES, but that little do-it-yourself little house is so cute. She's right. It's beautiful. It's small and it's beautiful. And they got a nice landscape. It's so peaceful. She shows the ducks and everything. My son came in one day and I was watching the video because she shows the animals and it was really relaxing. And I don't particularly care for ES, but I will watch some ducks. So I'm sitting there watching the ducks, and my son says, "Mom," you should hear how he says it. "Why are you sitting here watching ducks?" But I tell them because they're relaxing. So that's what they should have done. But see, Ben Man and ES didn't build by no. They had a strong foundation too. They didn't build by the water. They didn't build on shifting soil. That wasn't even soil. I don't know what that is. They built on, but small and beautiful. You're right. That was the way to go because that little house is so cute. That house was built on seeking sand. Okay, we read those. Now let's go back down here. Make sure we got all of them. Yes, it is. It is. It is. If you guys have not seen ES's house that she built, that she finally got built with her new husband, Ben Man, go check it out because it's nice. It's really nice. It's nice and it's peaceful. Um, the area has a very high water table. Blocks will absorb water and oh my God, and deteriorate and crumble. Wait a minute. So the foundation is going to absorb the water and it's going to deteriorate and it's going to crumble because all that water around it was a lot of water, y'all. Remember when they was pushing the supplies through the water? That was crazy with the wheelbarrow this rainy season. All that water they had to go through to get to the house. Y'all remember that? So all that water is just, and remember when they had those bricks out and Rick and Cynthia was just, I think it was Rick that was just crushing the bricks were just crumbling because they were left out all rainy season. And remember, he used the ones that didn't crumble, he used them for a fence or something, and the people told him not to. And now I think the fence is messed up, but of course he's blaming them. All They spent all that money. Okay, they should have bought land for the house and sold and wait a minute, let me start over. They spent all that money, should have bought land for the house and solid ground and planted rice there. They should have bought land for the house on solid ground. Yes, my sister told me that somebody told them, where the gate is when you come in, where the security guard shack is? Somebody told me that they were advised. No, my sister told me that someone told Black Acres, I can't remember who she said it was, to build up towards that gate, okay? Because that gate was going away from the river, but you still see the river coming through that gate. Because remember, this summer, they were showing how that river was coming. They shouldn't have built that at all, y'all. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Mother Nature don't play, and she comes to claim what is rightfully hers. The water, the water always going to come back and claim what's hers. She's not going to give up until she claims what's hers. So we read that. Let's go down to here. ES pays for construction with, so she pays for good construction people. ES is intelligent and hardworking. They worked hard. Oh, that's good. You can tell this is a nice place. The house is moldy, condensation, and everything. Oh, Haitian Voodoo Love Spells Reading says, wow. He said, I don't know if this is a woman or a man, but this person is saying that, and it has to be. Because I'm not trying to be funny, but I notice when I go to Africa, except for the nice, newer, modern houses, most of the houses have this moldy smell. In Nigeria, I noticed it. Not so much when I was in Cameroon, because remember, my visit in Cameroon was regulated. So I just stayed with my family there. I didn't get to go to everybody's house, different people's houses. They controlled who I interacted with. So I didn't get to really visit the normal Gambian's home. I mean, Cameroonian's home. I was just around the rich people. So I don't know so much about Cameroon, but I know Nigeria. The average people's house had this moldy, wet, damp feeling in it. And that alone to me could make you sick. Just smelling that mold all the time and that damp feeling. Yeah, I can't even imagine. And they live right near the water. Lagos is like surrounded by water. Surrounded by water. So it has that whole water feeling also. So that's probably why I smelt it so much in Lagos. Okay, we read that. Let me go up. Okay. Uh, ES is entitled and condescending to her people. ES is just ES, honey. She's a mess. The foundation is absorbing too much water. Hey, Chill Neil. Yeah, that's what's going on, y'all. How do you stop that? Is there any way you can stop that? Sister Love, do you know? Is there a way you can stop that? Can you stop is there any way they can stop the whole house from shifting and eventually just breaking down? They spent all that money. Should have brought land in the house. Yeah, okay, we read that. They did. They spent a lot of money. So I think I got all the comments up there. They did. They could have just bought a small piece of land, but no, they gotta be this, that, and the third. Yes, why aunt's house is built is a built moldy Keke. She is in lake. Oh yeah, that's what I think too. I think it's because of all that water that's around it. Because Lagos, that's it's just surrounded by water. It's like an island. Oh, and there is Lagos Island. I like Lagos Island. Lagos Island is like a little city there. It is a city there, but it is, oh, it's so nice. I love Lagos, Nigeria. I do. I love Lagos, Nigeria. Ricky was looking to get something. Yes, Rick was looking to get something for nothing. And you can never get something for nothing. It doesn't work. The universal laws, God's laws are the universal laws. Okay? God's laws are the laws of the universe. Okay? And you can't get something for nothing. The Ten Commandments, I consider them God's laws. And they will tell you. You read all of them, and after you read all of them, you'll know, oh, I can't get something for nothing. I got to be respectful. I got to be humble. I got to honor God. I got to honor my mother. I got to honor my father. Rick don't honor his mother and his father. How was any blessing coming to him? They just getting what they gave. As soon as I get to this comments, y'all, I'm gonna show y'all some data that's gonna blow your mind. Yes, rainy season exacerbated the situation. I can't wait for the next one. I cannot wait for the next rainy season to hit. And if that land floods like that, what are they going? What are they doing about their sewage? It could possibly contaminate their water, and it will, because their suckaway is not that far from the groundwater. You see how their suckaway, like my sister was telling me, it's not deep because they can't go real deep because on at Black Acres the water is right there. Like you go down. Remember when they was drilling the water, and usually you got to drill for a long. They be drilling for a long time before they hit water. You see how fast they hit water on Black Acres? That's because the water is right there. So the suckaway probably is leak. Eventually, it is going to leak unless they lined it. When I know they did not with them plastic, some kind of plastic liner. I know they didn't do that. And some kind of gravel. I know they didn't do that. That human waste is going to sink into the drinking water, and it's going to contaminate their drinking water if it has not already done so. Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen if it has not already happened. Yes, okay, we read that one. All right, let me get this other one. Sky says the foundation will crack and begin to crumble, and the mold will make you sick. That's probably why Cynthia sound like that. Remember the other day when Cynthia was sounding all well, this was some months ago. She maybe it was a month ago. She was sounding real hoarse. Her voice was gone. But if you keep breathing in that mold and that dampness, oh yeah. And it's about to get there, y'all. Rainy season is right 2 months away. 2 months away. May will be here soon. Then June. It ain't even really 2 months. I'd say a month and a half. They about to get hit hard again. They about to get slammed again. Again. That foundation ain't gonna take too many slammings. Oh, okay. They need sandbags to change. They tried that, Haitian Voodoo. They tried that. They tried to change the direction of the water, but somehow the water would make its way back over there. But I don't think I can't remember if I seen sandbags. I can't remember if I seen sandbags. But they did something to try to change that direction of the water. And that it busted through the wall. I think that's what it did. They built that wall with those bricks. If I'm correct, if I'm not, correct me because I'm human and I make mistakes. I'm sorry, I'm not a robot. I'm the real deal Holyfield. And I make mistakes, okay? But if I make a mistake, I'm the first one to admit it. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe they built that wall with those bricks that were not good bricks, that they warned them, but brick is so cheap. But they don't have money to get the real to good bricks. So they use those bricks that were already out that set through that rain. And do you know that river busted a hole through that wall where it just pushed its way through? Yeah. So they've been trying to change the direction, but the river ain't having it. She ain't playing with them. She feel like you shouldn't be on where I live at. Only rebuild. Oh, are you serious, Mr. Johnson? Only rebuild? No, it has to. Oh, Sky. Oh, Lord. Sky said the same thing. Oh, they saying y'all the only thing Black Acres can do is rebuild now. Please don't tell me that, y'all. Please. Please don't tell me that. Okay. Because they used us. They used us. And they lied to us. And God don't like ugly. And I'm going to show you how they lied to us. Sandbags won't help because the water is coming from what? The bottom up. And I believe that. Because the water, you'll just be in places and you will be wondering, well, how did the water get there? How did the water get over here? And it'll just be like a puddle. Oh my God. But see, it was the tangled web that Black Acres weaved because they planned to deceive those people in the Gambia. They planned to deceive those people in the Gambia and get that land. They thought they were getting a deal. They thought they were getting over on these people. Blair. Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I had to call my son's attention. And something just flew in here from outside. And y'all, we live near some woods. And I'm like, Blair, get that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. We don't even know what that is. See, but when this is the eclipse. They said all these bugs, these cicadas was gonna be coming out, and all this stuff they was warning us. And y'all, this big old thing. Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I gotta mute. Hold on, y'all. We trying to get it. Did you get it? I think you got it. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I do not. I swear, y'all, I do not know what just happened. This big huge thing we never seen before in our lives. We was in here fighting it. We was fighting it. Then all of a sudden, the internet was gone. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't even know what happened. Crazy. That was insane. I don't even know what happened. Okay, so let's get this. Let's get this over. Wow, that was crazy. Diaspora becomes overconfident and grandeur. They do. They do. And they tend to think that there's something that they're not. And that's one thing that I noticed. And that's what they like about Africa because they get to be something, they get to be like important, because people think, oh, that's an American and the American has money. And some people are just fascinated with you because you are an American. Okay, so those are things. People like that. Some people like that because they never had, and there was never nobody here, so they wanted to be somebody there. That's why they're okay. So let's see. That's why they are in a situation that they're in. Know know everything and don't know. Yes, because they think they know everything and they know nothing. And this is really really sad that what you guys are saying is that the only solution to this problem, oh my God, is to rebuild. Thanks for acknowledging me. Oh, of course, Sister Love, Kiki, you are the best. Oh, you are too for watching me. Wow, tonight was crazy, y'all. And the eclipse is coming Monday. And you're going to be able to see it in Ohio. Everybody's coming to Ohio because they want to see it. That was crazy. And what I just saw, I don't even know what that was. If I was in Africa, I would know what it was, but I never seen nothing like that in the United States. Never. Oh God. Okay. Why they act like they know nothing? They know everything, especially Cynthia. Yeah, because that's how people who know nothing, that's how they act. Yeah, we got it. We got it. But it was a smart one, honey. It kept getting away. It kept getting away. And I don't even know how I got, we don't even know how I got in here. But my son said, because I got all these lights on. Whew, that was scary. Then the Wi-Fi went out. Tom says, messy, messy. Yeah, it is messy, messy. Okay, did we get all the comments, y'all? So look, I want to show y'all. Let me just show y'all what the data says. So I asked, Keke, that's why they are in this situation. Okay. Yes, because they don't listen. And they were too busy trying to rip everybody off. Okay, because remember, Mr. Solomon, he was trying to tell them that they what they needed to do, and they wouldn't listen. Big fish and small pond in the village. Yes, that's why they're in the village. There was an earthquake. I know there was an earthquake. There was an earthquake in New Jersey. How do you have an earthquake in New Jersey? I told you. They said all of this is the eclipse that is doing something. It's like doing something to the earth. It's doing something to the animals. Whew, it's just doing something. Cause that what I just went through, that was crazy. I ain't never even seen nothing like that. And I just happened to see it out the corner of my eye. Okay, now I want to hold on. I want to show y'all now what I saw. Now we're gonna watch some clips, okay? Now these clips, like I told you, on this website, what you do is you look for words and phrases. It's a quantitative website, okay? And like I said, I could have took the videos and done it myself, but that was going to take too long and that was going to be too much time. So what I did was I found out about this website and I went to the website. Now on this website, I'm about to show you this website. On this website, hold on, let me show you this. Okay, we're gonna go. All right, so the first thing we're gonna look at is donate. Can you see that? One second. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, so the first thing I did is I put in on this website, as you see, let me go back to the website so I can see it better. As you see, you can put in what you want to do. Okay, you put in the word right here, what phrase you want to search for, word or phrase. I wanted to search for how many times Black Acres said donate. Then I put in the YouTube channel. This is only for YouTube. Okay, they only do this for YouTube videos. So then I put in Black Acres of the Gambia, right? And then they said, okay, that word or that phrase was found in 112 clips. I kid you not. So then you just go down here and you hit clip. You hit what you want to hear them say.
Donate to this channel. We appreciate all the support. And you guys know how we always end our videos with love, peace, soul.
Okay. So that's what it will do. So we heard them say donate to the channel there. And let's continue. Let's see what else we're donating to.
In previous videos, but you donate all these used clothes, these used furniture, school supplies, and when it gets here to the Gambia,
They're selling it.
they're selling it, guys. They're selling it. Like all this food that's donated to the
Okay, and this one they were talking about what happened
Just
to
want to thank you guys
donations. I'm
for
sorry.
coming in.
This one they was talking about. That one they were talking about donations, like clothes and stuff.
Every $100 that you donate to our channel, your name would be entered into a basket, and it'll be pooled by James Mack at a future date of the winner. Now, if you are the winner and you're not able to travel on that first date that we give you, you'll get an alternate date. If you're not available to travel on an alternate date, we have to go back in there and draw another person and see if they are available for the same procedure.
Okay, so this. Let me stop right here. This donate right here was donating to this raffle. The raffle that I was telling you about, there was an illegal raffle, and it was you had to pay. The only thing they would take was $100. Okay. Now this part is interesting because the lady who won the trip, supposedly it was a lady who won the trip, but she told them she didn't want to come because she was hearing so many negative things about the Gambia, right? So my question then, he says right here, Rick says that if somebody is not able to take the trip, they'll pull another name. So the lady doesn't want the trip. How come they didn't pull another name? Because the trip was never real. This prize was never real.
First date, are you available? If not, second date. Now, because of what's going on right now, from the powers that be, we don't know when it's going to end. Hopefully, it'll be every $100 that you.
So that was another one. Donate to the $100.
And thank you, Mom, for donating, and all the support you're doing.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Izutu and coffee, Sene.
And we're excited about this sister that's from America.
You can donate like that. If you don't want to deal with those, you can also do Western Union.
Right. Now, guys, you know how I feel about the donations now. When we first started this YouTube channel, I didn't want donations, and people were fighting me, and Sweet Juicy Mama was like, hey, get the YouTube and stuff. And so I was reluctant to do that. And now that you guys are being generous and donating to our channel, people want to hold that against us.
Yes.
What I want to say is if you cannot afford to donate, then goddamn it, don't donate.
Yeah.
Don't. I don't know your budget. If you can't afford it, don't. What we do ask is don't skip the ads. That's a source of income for the channel. You understand what I'm saying? So if you can't donate $1 or whatever, I'm not mad at you. Now, I am mad at the devil now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have nothing to do with them. But anyway,
you can donate like that. If you don't want to deal with those, you can also do Western Union.
Right. Now, guys, you know how I feel about the donations now. Afford to donate, then goddamn it, don't donate.
Yeah.
Don't. I don't know your budget. If you cannot donate, no big deal. No love lost.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't skip the ads so we can continue to do
That's another one talking about. We can't go through all 112. We just gonna hit a couple of
them. Every time you donate $100, your name will enter into this basket that we have, and like you say, James Mack will be pulling, and whoever is the winner at that time will be televised live on bags. Right. I mean, on here. We'll let you know you're entitled to what? 7 days, 7 nights. Here, all paid from us.
Right. Round trip ticket for husband and wife, or
daughter, son, whatever.
Right.
But two people.
Two people.
Finish.
And finish what? You just
finished? Go ahead.
Okay, but anyway.
Because she knows it's a lie. See, they know look, you can tell by their body language that they're lying. And they're feeding off each other lie. Okay? Because that was a big, fantastic lie. They're going to pay for two people's round trip ticket. So they're going to pay for the ticket. The tickets to the Gambia are now, they're like you might as well say $2,000, $3,000, depending on what time of year you go. She may can get it for $1,000. So they're going to pay $2,000. No, we're going to say $3,000, $1,500 for two tickets. They're going to pay for a hotel room for 7 days. They're going to pay for your food. They're going to pay for your travel. They're going to pay for everything. And they live off donations. They're taking donations for this raffle, and you seriously believe that they have money to buy this stuff to pay? Oh, this was crazy. Did anybody believe it?
That's what we're holding, guys. And we got phenomenal
Wow.
involvement, guys. We just want to say, hey, we appreciate the support. And as we develop more things out at Bad Guys, we'll let you know, hey, this is an additional thing that you will receive other than just 3 hot meals.
Yeah, and the hotel be
and
paid
the stay.
too.
Yeah, right.
Hotels will
Right.
be paid. And we will let you know exactly when it ends. We know that you guys have the lockdown there in America.
Yeah,
So
but each
it's
country is
So that
different.
was always their excuse. You know, we
if
know
you donate 100 or more, every time you donate 100 or more, your name will go into this raffle drawing. And if you donate 200, your name will go in there 2 times. You donate 1,000, your name will go in there 10 times. So every time you donate 100 or more, your name will go in there. And once we end that raffle, especially when the borders open, we're gonna have James pull someone's name out of that container on live, and we will announce the winner at that time. Again, you will put your name. Donate every time. You can donate through our GoFundMe, PayPal. We have Google Pay. We also have Patreon.
listen to all the ways you can donate. That blew my mind.
Any one of those, Cash App, whatever. Even if you Western Union, if you want a Western Union, you can't do all the other ones. You can call me up or send a message to me and say, I want to do a Western Union. Who do I put it in? I will let you know. We can go from there. Again, like I said, 100, get your name in that raffle. You don't have to donate but 100. It's up to you, but it has to be 100 or more.
Right. And
All right.
guys,
So let's check out this one.
people who want to come on the channel or make a response video that are saying this is what bags should do with contractors.
Right.
And some of these people are still coming from the UK. What we do with our money is our damn concern. You see what I'm saying?
See?
You can't tell us crap on what to do with our money.
But why, if we can't tell you what to do with your money, sir, then why are you on here asking us for money? 112 videos, you're asking us to donate money to you. And then you tell us, don't ask you what you're doing with that money. You see, this is why the United States does not let everyone take donations. This is why only nonprofits can take donations, because these people do not understand when you take public dollars, you have to be transparent. You can't take public money and be private. It doesn't work like that, sir.
Or people that donate who believe in our cause.
Especially if you're some of the ones who moved away from Gambia and went away and then want to come back and act like you
saving the Gambia, your people.
Why you didn't save them
you're not
years
here.
ago?
You're not here.
Yeah.
How in the hell you gonna save your people and you're not here? You're hiding over there with the enemy.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So for you,
So the enemy is us. They're talking about the Gambians who are in America. They saying that they're hiding over here in America with the enemy. But when they need money, they turn to the enemy. I'm confused. I'm so confused. Are we the enemy or are we the allies? I'm confused.
you to run around and say you protecting your people and all that, man, that's some BS.
Yeah, so
you
how
know
many
that.
grown? There's
You know
babies. Why are you not saving the babies? With the ones with the mazugos around running. The other guy who just wanted to donate for the trimmer.
The trimmer, yeah.
Yes,
But
thank
we got to
you.
mention names. You got to mention names, I got.
See, people were even giving them, like saying, I'm going to donate to buy you a trimmer. I'm going to donate to buy you a lawnmower. So this is what they're talking about here.
If y'all don't mind, we're getting a lot of donations in. And again, we appreciate the support. Now, we got away from announcing your names because a lot of you requested that we didn't disclose your name.
And that's why.
And so now we're kind of leery of when somebody makes a donation to our channel to help our work associates with boots or something, do we have the leeway to mention that person's name?
Well, we took care
and we don't want to offend anybody by using their.
That's how you know how. Now, why would they have to? Why would somebody have to donate money for their workers' boots?
That's what you want. You pay them and do the paperwork. Sometimes it may take a day or two, but you would get it. It doesn't take long at all.
And you could drive off your American driver's license if you choose to.
Yes, and then if it's a driver's license, I think it's $850,
Mhm.
which is roughly about 16 to 17 American dollars.
Right. And we plan on opening up what do you call this thing? .com. What do you call that?
Well,
A website. Yeah, we plan on opening up a website and showing you the facilities where you might want to check and see the rates on the apartments that are available or the hotels that are available or schedule, hey, somebody to meet you at the airport. We're working on that now. We're just kind of leery of, can they donate different chunks of money to meet the criteria of $100 to qualify to enter the raffle of spending 7 days and 7 nights with us at Black Acres of the Gambia. Sweet Juicy Mama, would you address that again, please? Or do you want me to?
Oh yeah, I'm going through
Since you're reading.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
See, because she knew that was about to be a lie. They know they can't take. They know they don't have no interest in taking that. He wanted her to say that, but listen to how he avoids the answer.
Guys, for every $100 increments, your name will get entered into a raffle bucket to be drawn by James Mack at the end of October 31st. Now, see, again, we just said things are going to open up around that date. So you'll qualify for 7 days and 7 nights, round trip ticket from wherever you are, whether you're in Afghanistan or Yazoo City, Mississippi.
From Donnie Goes In.
All right.
He said, my brother, A1 Black Man Autos. Black is beautiful. Black is back and black to Africa.
Now, somebody said, I want to start paying on my room now. Bruh, I'm sorry, might be a sister. I didn't catch it though. But listen, we say, don't send nobody your money over here on us by saying, hey, donate to me. And I, in turn, transfer the money to Harmon. So we're saying, hey,
and this is when people were donating money to Renee Marcus, and they were mad because they wanted the money.
Enter the raffle. You enter by donate. Enter the raffle. You enter by donate $100. Every $100 you enter, you donate, your name goes into the raffle, and it'll
one
be
ticket
to go in there for every $100. And after that, at the end of the contest, we would draw live, and we would have.
Look how different Cynthia looks now. Both of them. They look so old now. This is so sad. They don't even see how they look. Look how much they've aged. Rick and Cynthia are not even 60 years old, people. They are not. They're in their 50s. Rick and Cynthia look like they're in their 70s. Africa's not
doing your name out or the winner. We'll read it over live, and that's how we'll pick that person.
And what you're entering the raffle for is 7 days and 7 nights. Stay out there at Black Acres of the Gambia. We will have a facility.
Okay.
We will have a facility for you to stay out there 7 days and 7 nights.
So see how they lied? You see how the lie switched? First they said it was accommodations. Now they're saying it's 7 days and 7 nights out at Black Acres of the Gambia. They're having accommodations for you. We're going to get to that shortly. How many times they told us they were going to build apartments for us.
And we will provide you meals for 7 days and 7 nights and transportation around the Gambia. And we'll have some gifts for you. And we are hoping to videotape this so we can let the people know who the winners are and what they think of the Gambia, as well as, their 7 days and 7.
That was in October of 2020. Let's see this one.
Well, people that want to donate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So right now, guys, this right.
I really like James.
So right now, guys, people that want to donate and all that good stuff. Go ahead, sweet mama.
Well, our PayPal is PayPal.me Usambuda Cynthia. If you have a PayPal account, you can do that. And Patreon, I know nothing about. All I know, I set it up, and if it's right, you just go to Patreon enter Usabuda.
In case you want to read some of the comments.
Cynthia@gmail.com. You guys are talking over me.
Can't give it to you.
Now, see, this is when we were all believing in Black Acres. The kids, Cynthia and Rick was the couple. We was all believing in them until they played us. They played us, people. They played us like a violin.
Anytime you donate $100, your name is entered into the raffle.
Big bucket.
What's
And if
wrong
you
with her
donate-
skin? What is wrong with her skin right here, y'all? What is this? I see 3 different shades. Right here is darker. Right here is 2 different shades of lightness. What is wrong with her skin right here?
500 is 5 times. You have 5 chances to get your name pulled out of that donation. I mean the raffle.
Raffle bucket.
That was in May. Okay, so this is still 220, and they asking for all these. So that must have been it was because
Said, if you guys want to donate to help with the content of this channel, you can go to whatever she said and
PayPal
donate.
me is
And all that other good stuff. And what about Sweet Mom? We just opened up a GoFundMe.
yes, there's a GoFundMe page we have for Black Acres. If you'd like to donate to that, just go to GoFundMe,
Right.
look up Black Acres or my name, Cynthia Usubuda, and you will see that.
Right, now those 2 projects are different, guys. Now, the GoFundMe is for what's the developments at Black Acres of the Gambia. And all the other donations, that goes for the content of the YouTube.
so the GoFundMe was for you to pay for them to develop Black Acres. This is crazy. For you to develop Black Acres of the Gambia. The other one was for you to pay for them to create content on YouTube. And we were really doing this. We were really giving these people hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Mm, mm, mm. What was wrong with us?
Still want to go donate to GoFundMe? You're welcome to.
You can go through GoFundMe, Cash App, let them know. Sweet Mom.
Yes, we have Cash App,
Get out of
Patreon,
water.
PayPal. I mean, we even
And look at all that water. And look how he trying to get his foot from out the water.
got Google Pay. I mean, even if you just you don't want to put your card out there and you want to do Western Union,
Yeah, some
you
people
can
Western
do
Union.
that. People are doing that with Western Union.
Right.
So, I mean, I have to get her name. We had someone who donate for our socks for the guys.
Yeah, socks.
I'm sorry I didn't write your name down this morning to put it out there, but you know who you are that donated those socks, and I will give you credit for
It is raining on this video. Look at this water, y'all. And the water underneath the water is the land he's standing on. It's like clay. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
that. Again, once I get off from talking, running my mouth, I'm gonna go and look at your name, and I will shout you out. And
All right, so let's look at a couple more donate. Then we're gonna go look at how did they get us to donate?
Or donate $20 a month, and another person is donating $40 to $50 a month, you have access to the same content. So if you want me
That don't
to
even
come
look
in
like
with another level of
Look at this man. That don't look like Rick. Rick don't look like that.
Patreon, just let me know, guys. Or if you cool with staying at the 20 monthly amount, even though you're contributing more. Donate to Harmon because he don't have a YouTube page or a channel.
So they were in charge of Harmon's donations.
Anything that you guys want to donate to our page, everything was fine and dandy.
they were putting it in the account, everything.
And as the numbers started growing and quadrupling and so on and so forth, you do the math, they started saying, hey, wait a minute now. And then they started this delay tactic. This is what I believe it is. And I don't know if it's coming from the success of our page and the content that we're talking about, because again, it is their system that they control. But
And also, is the GoFundMe is under Black Acres of the Gambia, and my bank is, I guess, because it's my name and it's a business account too. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But again, like I said, they ask for bank statements. with my name, account numbers on it. I, emailed that to them. I uploaded it, sent it to them. They keep saying still not verified. I don't know why.
Because she's not verifying her residency, people. She knows what it is. She's not a resident of any state in the United States. For GoFundMe to work, you got to be a resident of a state in the United States.
Right. They're not calling the bank. The bank phone number is there. All they have to do is call the bank and say, "Is this person right here, such and such?" At least that's what I think. But
see, that's what I think. Nobody cares what you think, lady. GoFundMe has policies. The first policy is you have to be a citizen of the United States, and you got to be a resident in one of the 50 states. You're not either. You're not living in the United States. You lied to GoFundMe and said you were. When you couldn't prove that you weren't living there, that's why you tried to get all these bills and find something that was current to show that you was living there. Remember when she went back she had to try to get the money from GoFundMe, honey? It was too late. They know she don't like that.
So, guys, if you've experienced this in the future,
oh, this is the money for Harmon socks. They paying them so much. This
in the contest, if you donate $100 to enter the raffle, you get a ticket put in the box
with your name
on it to be pulled at a determined date in the future. And what you'll win is 7 days, 7 nights over here in the Gambia. Now we'll fly you in round trip. You
determine how long you want to stay.
Right. We'll come back to that later. We'll fly you into the country 7 days.
You determine how long you want to stay. Y'all know that's a lie. All right, we're gonna look at a couple more donations. Then we're gonna
donate or contribute and have their plaque,
their name, yes,
on this Usumbudu Wall of Fame. Now again, this one is right. It has the black man, black woman, black babies, black empowerment symbol for Black Power. See what I'm saying? Rick and Cynthia Usumbudu Sr., the first line. Second line, Clarksville, Tennessee. There might be a Clarksville, Tennessee in the UK.
Those were $100. And last I counted, I had counted up, I think, to $20,000 they had got for those little plaques to stick on the wall. Yeah. This is how.
I mean, whatever you donate, 100, 200, 300,000, you do that, it's 10 times.
10 times.
Your name will go in that bucket. That's right. Pull. Mr. James Mack gonna pull
live.
On live, and we will reveal the winner.
Right.
7 days, 7 nights.
With bags.
With bags. We will
donate to certain institutions.
Oh, so they were doing this.
Right. It has the black
this
man, black woman, black baby.
This one was 2022. So they've been doing this to sustain themselves since 2020. They will go from one raffle to the next thing. So the raffle was one thing they did. They got, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. That ran for I don't know how long. As soon as that was over, they go into 2000 and this next raffle. 2022, they're running another raffle. When like I said, and when I stopped counting, they were up to $20,000. Wow. This is unbelievable. This is how they sustain their living. So if you want to know how Blackacre supports themselves in the Gambia, we already know how. No matter what they say, they can come and say they do this, they do that. We know factually that no, sir, that's a lie. You support yourself through donations. Through donations from the people who live in the illusion. This don't look like them. Look how they look right here. Now they look like 50-year-olds on here, but now they don't.
Kind of blow it out of proportion, but that's just the way we look at it and stuff. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Faith Eyes Pictures.
This is 2021. Also, donation.
What's the best way to donate? GoFundMe is not allowing me to donate.
I don't know why. It's there, but we have Cash App, PayPal. You won't even do Western Union. It's up to you. Whatever your preference. That's you even got Google Cash.
They're such liars. She know why GoFundMe The GoFundMe was there, but when they would click to donate, they could not donate. She knows why that she could not donate. They both know why, because the account could not be verified because they do not live in the United States of America. Now look, this was 2021. So you people tell me that for 2 years you raised money from donations to live off of on YouTube to sustain your lifestyle. These people got over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this is why I reported Black Acres to the Gambia to the IRS, and I will do it again gladly. I cannot believe this. This makes me sick to my stomach.
If you donate 100 this month, you get one ticket into the box. If you donate another 100, another goes into the box.
So donate 100 this month, donate 100 next month, donate another 100 the next month, and people were doing it. I was estimating how much money they made because they don't tell you. I had to look at these videos and go by the donations. Oh, wow.
Okay, so for every time you donate $100, your name goes into the box to be drawn by James Mack at the end of a to be determined date, because we're waiting for them to open up.
And the ending, now see, how do you have a raffle and you don't even have the ending date of the raffle? This is such a scam. You don't even have the ending date. It's going to keep on going until we get enough hundred thousands and hundred thousands and hundred thousands of dollars. And that's what we did, people. We gave them that money. This is how Black Acre sustained themselves, is through donations. This is the research is telling us this is how they make their money.
World right now and say it's free for y'all to travel again. Okay. Only thing you got to do is make sure you can get your passport if they're issuing them. The plan for you, is it for your benefit or do you sell it or yes. How do you yes.
Okay, now
Yes,
this one is
our priority list is
this one I think is about the crops or something like that. Or something. They donate to the community or something.
No, donate, it will be taken care of. More than one, two, whatever. However, $100 you put in that. You donate. That's how many times your name will go in that bucket.
Now, what about, do I need to say anything about this person that's tentatively planning?
Look how she looking at him.
4 digits, don't talk about that? Okay.
We don't know that yet, so
That's
it
why I
has
said,
taken
that's
place.
why I said it was tentative.
Yes.
But okay, we won't talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, guys, like I said,
Anything, whatever you donate is fine.
that's right,
We
guys.
have the
We
cash
appreciate it.
apps.
Mhm.
If you go to our
Cash
description, you'll see that.
It's
We
cash
also have
app.
PayPal.
Mhm.
We have a Patreon too account,
Right.
and that's in the Black Acres of the Gambia. You look that up, you'll see it.
So this
And we're going to become more active in the
this is 2020. All right. I'm gonna have to get off of this.
and donate. Go ahead and contribute or donate $100 to have this plaque right here placed on Usumbuda's Wall of Fame forever, ever, forever, ever.
Now look how they
All right.
looking old
That was the
now.
last promotion.
See, they looking old now because their evil ways is catching up with them. What year is this? This is 21. That told you that no, that's 22. This is 22. 2 years ago.
Promotion right there, guys.
Now they
But
aging.
it ends next month.
It ends
June
next
3rd, end of
month.
June. All right.
So the end of June 2022, that should have been the last donation thing we hear from them. Let me see.
Donate $100, and you can
Here
do
we go
that with
again.
Cash app.
PayPal or even here
Wow.
Super Chat.
Just yeah. That's
Mr.
right.
Rick just jumping in, but it's all good.
And that's what it looks like, guys. You get to put your name at the top, up under the Black Power. You get to put your name, where you're from, what geographical area you're from, UK, Spain, America, Jamaica. You get to put that, and then the date of the contribution or anything else that you want to put on now. But this is basically the size.
And what we've been having a lot of people do is been going 4 lines.
Yeah, some of them do.
I don't know where they get 4 lines from. This is supposed to be the prototype.
Well, I mean, it's nothing wrong with that.
So, if Black Acres ever tries to say, no, we don't sustain our lifestyle with donations.
Donate to.
Oh, but here's a new one. Let's
Brothers and
see.
sisters, if you can donate 2 mosquito nets, all I'm asking for is one.
Look, y'all.
One tractor.
Look, listen to this. What? A mosquito net? This was
Brothers and
2020.
sisters, if
Y'all,
you can donate 2
y'all,
mosquito nets.
this was 2000.
They do donate.
This was
over the
2023.
weekend.
They couldn't even buy a daggone mosquito net. 2 mosquito nets. 2023. They're oh Jesus. No, I can't believe. Let me play this.
Brothers and sisters, if you can donate 2 mosquito nets, all I'm asking for is one. One tractor you can help me with. Any one of my lovely celebrities, you can help me out. Get it here and put it down here at the bag compound. I really appreciate it. We love it. We love you long time. But it is what it is. That's all we need is that tractor to get help us get it out of here a little quicker, guys.
These people have no shame. This lady asked for a mosquito
Brothers and
net.
sisters, if you can donate 2 mosquito nets, all I'm asking for is one.
What?
One tractor you can help me with.
You
Any
know
one
what
of
a mosquito
my
net
lovely
is?
celebrities, you can help me out. Get it here and put it down here at the bag compound. I really appreciate it. We love it. We love you long time. But
So there, that was 2023. They asking for a daggone mosquito net
To donate to us as far as
and a
building
tractor.
structure.
A tractor.
On the Wall of Fame, you donate $100, and you would
You
get
go
whatever you
there.
want on that plaque. Put on that plaque, and your name will go up there too, guys.
Right. Yes. Somebody
When you
somebody
see
said,
Rick,
would the wall
y'all
remain
need to
natural?
say,
Yes.
That's
Yes. You want to donate and help the guys to get some saws? We already have the saws now. What my man is fixing over there is our steel saw. It's a 1 meter saw.
so if you want to donate so the guys can get some saws, because we don't even have money to get the equipment for our workers to work. Look how this man's eyes is looking at Rick. If I was them, I would get up out of there. Look at that look on that man's face. Look at his eyes. How he looking at Rick. Like, I can't stand you.
And the guys, right there, yeah, that's our steel saw.
and we got 2 over there.
And we got 2 Chinese models up there.
And one in here, the Hurstwano.
Yeah, her Savannah.
He just cleaned it up, but the
Yeah, so
pistons
if you
are.
want to donate
And why the
food,
pistons bad? Because the guys don't do the oil. Musa say they got to keep the oil in there and keep everything rotating, oil the chain. And as soon as we leave, it goes somewhere else. They tear the machines up. So, we have to
Did you
pay.
get that thing?
see, this is when Black Acres used to tell us everything. They don't tell us nothing now. So look, there you have it. So there you have it. There is a whole nother page. So if you want to go on here when you get off and just look through all these little videos where they're just asking for donations, one donation after the next donation, because that's just what Black Acres does. So when you see Black Acres in the Gambia, this is what you say to them. You got that $100 donation? Because that's all they keep asking for. They keep asking for this $100 donation. I would just say to them when I see them, it's only $100 donation. That's all they saying.
And let you guys donate to our channel if you like, okay? Because a lot of you guys are asking and stuff, and we want to push.
All right, now.
The Wall of Fame. You just donate $100 in whatever you like, and we didn't bring that up here, but
There you
Okay,
go.
we're doing
you'll
this
see. We're gonna
live
see it on
Sunday.
live
Mhm.
again. Put your name.
All right, let me take the comments on this, and then we're gonna go to the next one. This is how Black Acres gets the money is through donations. Now we know without a shadow of a doubt. Keke of Nigeria didn't say nothing. We heard them say it. However many clips I played tonight, I don't even know how many I played tonight, but we've heard them say, ask for $100 donation. I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times. No less than $100. Somebody asked if they have give less than $100. They said, well, they didn't say no. They just said we take $100. Yeah, we take $100. So let's look at y'all comments. We take $100. He claims to be ex-military, but he probably got dishonored. I think so too. I think he got a dishonorable discharge too. He don't seem like nobody. He claimed he got a medical discharge, but I think he got a dishonorable too. Thing is, they would have made a lot of money if they got rid of that $100 requirement. Yeah, they made a lot of money with the $100 though. They've cleaned up with that because people were giving it. People were donating monthly. People were going. They were donate. They were getting their little checks and they was donating monthly. They just beg. It's sick. They did. They do. And we have. We just saw it. We just saw it. Rick is always blaming somebody. Yeah, we just saw it. Hey, Starburst. Yeah, we just saw it. So there's no shadow of a doubt. I didn't say none of this. We just saw them beg all that time. I just can't stand seeing the random trash on the ground. Right, and I don't understand that either. I don't understand why they have to have random trash on the ground and why it's dirty out there. If you can't buy a mosquito, right? Pastry chef. If you can't buy a mosquito net, how can you give a 7-day stay? It ain't even supposed to be at a hotel. Remember, it's supposed to be on their land, and all expenses are paid. Remember, all the expenses are paid. Food, transportation, everything. So glad that I didn't fall for that because, yeah, this is nothing but juju. This is manipulation and control. This is lies, manipulation, and control. This is the biggest lie. Man, clean up that paper on that damn ground. Like they don't even see. I think they throw the paper on the ground. Chat lies matter because they act like they don't even see the paper on the ground. Unreal. Yeah, it is unreal. That's like begging on an airplane and a for an airplane and a pencil sharpener. What? Uh, they're trifling, very much so. Very much so. And they're not even ashamed with their triflingness. I bought 2 mosquito nets when I was there. And gee, that's why how you go I'm sorry. But how you ask how do you come on YouTube and ask somebody when you got 60,000 subscribers to donate a daggone mosquito net? I don't need 2 mosquito nets. I just need one. Donate me a mosquito net. They didn't have no windows. They didn't have no windows in that house. I told you I didn't have no windows in that house. They want a freezer now. Oh, they asking for a freezer now because they think y'all stupid. They think we still stuck on stupid. They really don't know who. I really don't know who is worse, Cynthia or Rick. I don't know who's worse either. They're about the same. They are about the same. They are equally evil. Change your name. Change your damn name to donate. Donate acres of the Gambia. That's what it should be. Do you see how many times they said donate, donate, donate? Like they said it. Like they were writing it into the script of the whatever it was. Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, that's what they want to be. Yeah, this is crazy. He got somebody just like him. That's why they gonna end the same way. Stephanie said, and raffles are against you. Yes. That's why I don't even know how they still on YouTube. They have to get some kind of sanction or something because YouTube will sanction you for stuff. So they have to get some kind of punishment for that because you cannot do that. That is illegal even in the United States. That's why I told on them, you cannot do that, taking people from these people. And I know you think So y'all think they told the IRS about them raffles? Y'all think they did that? They ain't told the IRS nothing. They were, yeah, that video about the mosquito nest was 2024. Yeah, they still taking donations. Yeah, they still taking them. They probably they Patreon, they get $600 a month. That's donations. All that money and no vehicle, farm equipment. Mm-mm. That's so sad. To them, forever to get a toilet out there. It took them forever to get a toilet out there because they was living off that money. They were eating off that money. Remember how many times they used to go to Solomon's? Y'all were, and Solomon's is expensive. Yeah, they used to go to Solomon's all the time. I think it was every Friday they would go to Solomon's. They would be out at Solomon's. They were supposed to be out at the land in C4. And they was at Solomon's. Remember that, y'all? Because I do. I sure do. Let's see what this one says. It says, yeah, $100 for a $5 plaque. You got that right. I can get my own plaque. Exactly. Exactly. That land looks like Sanford and Son. It does. It looks like Sanford and Sons junkyard, don't it? The big family. That's what they are. Mental illness is a yes, it is. It is, and it's running rampant in the repat community in the Gambia. He claims to be an ex. Okay, I think he was dishonorably discharged too. So did we get all of them? Let's go up here. I just want to make sure. Then we're gonna. I'm gonna show you now. Wow, me seeing it now makes me sick too. Yeah, it does because I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe we was going for that. I can't believe we was falling for that, and we were. The Patreon says they are making $662 a month, but they have only 7 posts in 2024. Most videos have less than 10 likes and no comments. Exactly. So who's doing that? Y'all think somebody's even? Are they probably lying about the Patreon? I bet you they lying about that. I bet you they're lying about that. You can't believe nothing they say. They probably lost all their Patreons. I think Harmon's channel got hacked. He went off YouTube. Oh, he probably did. A lot of people's channels were getting hacked because people are sending you stuff acting like they want to advertise on your channel and they're really hacking your channel. That's why I'm so glad I'm not into YouTube for making money because these people who are into YouTube for making money, this is how they get hacked. What happened to Harmon? He left. Harmon left. I think did he get fired, y'all, or did he leave? And Renee was trying to help him get on his feet. But last I seen, he had a farmhouse. He had a nice farmhouse. Where is the plaque wall, Keke? Did you see it when you were there? No, when I was there, they hadn't built the plaque wall. They were just taking the donations for the raffle. But the plaque wall is in the front. I did a video about it. It's on my channel. I did it especially for places and spaces because she didn't know about the wall, the Hall of Fame. I had to do a video about that. Okay, now let's see. Now we know how they make their money was through donations. But what we want to know, not the tiny plaques that are placed way at the far, yes, at the far wall. Yeah, way at the far wall. Now we want to know why. Why did people donate to this? Why did people continue give that $100? It was more than just that win. Why did they want to go there? What was at Black Acres that made people say, I'm going to donate this $100 month after month after month to increase my chances of winning? What is out at Black Acres? Well, remember, Black Acres was supposed to be a community for us. Remember, they said they were building housing, they said they were building a restaurant, they said they were building everything we needed when we came to the Gambia, that we would be able to stay at Black Acres. Remember that? So let me show you. That is why we were giving them money like that. That is why, because we were trying to build Black Acres, because Black Acres was supposed to be a home for us. They were building apartments, remember, for us. So let's look at that next. The why. The apartments were the why. We were supposed to stay there, remember? How can they say they will fly a person a round trip without knowing where they will be flying from? The cost difference could be dramatic. That's that. Yeah, it is a scam. It is a scam. The whole thing. The whole thing just sounds scammy now. It don't even sound realistic. And then how they say, what was the date? They tell you, well, we don't know the date. We just whenever all this is over. We don't know when all this is over. I'm so glad I didn't buy a plaque. Starburst says she was so glad she didn't buy a plaque. No, but I was about to give $100 to that to win the trip. I hope they are paying their no, they're not paying no taxes to the IRS. The IRS wants their money, honey. No, I told the IRS. They not paying nothing to the IRS. The IRS is probably on them too. That's probably another reason they can't come back. The African sun is bright. Yeah, it's real bright. Yeah, the IRS is probably on them too, honey. Everybody under the sun is on them. Every government entity here is on them. They owe everybody. They in trouble. Yeah, they all on them. You can't just walk around and don't pay these people, especially the IRS. Are you crazy? Uh, they made us believe they were building a chocolate city, apartments, bowling alleys, restaurants, even a track to have meets. Yeah, they did. Remember they talked about that. I forgot about the track. Yeah, they were doing all that. We were going to have all of that, remember? And some. Bed and breakfast, a store, some single hunts to rent. Yep, some single huts. So they were supposed to be those round huts. They were gonna have those round huts for us to rent those out, to rent out the apartments. You could even live there. Everything. It was gonna be nice living out there in a community together. FOMO. Fear of missing out syndrome is a real thing. That's why folks gave. They did. They were scared they were going to miss out, that this was really going to happen, and that we were going to really miss out. They are building these apartments. They're going to have everything out there. We're really going back to Africa. We got this whole land out here. That's what they were. They were worse than the hillbilly because the Beverly Hillbillies had money. They had money and they weren't scamming people. These are scammers. Imagine if you won and had to stay at that swamp. But how were you going to get there, Miss Pat? They don't have money to pay for no round trip ticket. The hundred. Okay, so now let's go to the why. Why were we giving like that? What were they promising us? What was in it for us? People aren't just going to give for no reason. It has to be something in it for them, right? Well, what was in it for Black Acres of the Gambia? I mean, what was in it for us? We know what was in it for them, but what was in it for us? Well, let's look. They promised us apartments, remember, people? They promised us restaurants. They promised us a place to stay. So let me show you. Let's look at this real quick. And then we're going to get on off of here because then I've proved my point. All right, so let's look at this real quick. Now, the reason we were donating to Black Acres is because Black Acres promised us apartments, among other things. So let's look at how many times they promised us. They promised us apartments, people, over. No, I'm not going to say over. Exactly 103 times. Donate apartments. Apartment, donate. Donate apartment. Apartments, donate. That's what we were hearing.
their own apartments.
Oh,
Their own
this is about the kids. Let's go to the one about us.
two-bedroom apartments. So those four, yeah.
Okay, that's the kids. Now let's talk about us.
See videos coming from the land, and we want to make them coming from the land. But when you can't get the vehicles and the equipment and materials out there, guys, we're just wasting time.
Actually, it's draining right now, and right now
we're going to build some apartments and stuff. Okay, 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, and so the person that'll win this contest will be staying in one of those furnished apartments for 7 days and 7 nights out there with us at Bag. And so we just finished talking to the Nigerian contractor. He's done these schematic or the architectural drawing. So he's going to build 2 projects simultaneously: the 4,000 square foot house and the 1,000 square feet apartments.
Yes.
We'll have.
That's why we were given the money. That's why we were given the money. The apartments were supposed to be built at the same time of the house. Did we ever see them doing anything for the apartment? No. They never even talked about the apartment. All they talked about was the house. That was it.
Have 8 of those: 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, 2 levels. The house will be right here, and I pointed out to you on several videos. And facing the tributary or the river out there will be the quadruplex, the 8 apartments.
The 8 apartments. And then what's out there, y'all? What's out there now?
Right, but see, right now
We also
I understand, like I work, but see, right now we really can't do anything because it's rainy season.
I know that.
But do you have some house plans where you've maybe done 2 apartments?
I have one building here, which I mean,
Two
already
apartments?
Let me try and 20. Maybe
Yeah, apartments.
But that one is 2 bed, just like a mini cell.
A mini what?
Mini self-contained, like a mini
We
self-contained.
don't use that word mini
I know,
self-contained.
the English
So
is
I don't
different.
understand what that means.
Mini apartment.
A mini
Mini apartment.
a mini apartment is self-contained.
It's a self-contained. Everything is inside.
The living
everything-
room, dining room is what he's
self-contained,
saying.
everything is inside.
Yeah. Everything you need.
Self-contained, everything inside.
Yeah.
I understand now.
But the house is not that big.
Right.
It don't have to be.
Let me show you that one.
Yeah, it don't have to be the big.
I think
Oh, he was trying to be funny, but again, the apartments. They're telling us on the apartment.
Apartments.
Oh no, this is them walking around looking at some apartments.
Some issues with, I guess, Africans from America, because she tried to deport one of us. And so now it appears that or you stay at the apartments or you stay at the single family houses, you know, you would need access to washing machines to go in and do your laundry. And so
they said they're gonna, here we go again, you're gonna have single family housing and apartments.
Or you stay at the apartments or you stay at the single family houses, you know, you would need access to washing machines to go in and do your laundry. And so we'd like to cater to that niche of people being able to go outside of their dwelling and use the facility. You understand what I'm saying? And recycle that water to be reused again and stuff. So yes, we will have coin operated laundry.
Oh, they're
These are
gonna
all
have.
apartments.
Let's go back to that. They're gonna have a laundromat and everything. Let's go.
You would need access to washing machines to go in and do your laundry. And so we'd like to cater to that niche of people being able to go outside of their dwelling and use the facility. You understand what I'm saying? And recycle that water to be reused again and stuff. So yes, we will have coin operated laundries at Black Acres the Gambling.
Yes.
Stuff, okay.
And Moran, my favorite Gambian food is chicken benichi.
Wow, they're gonna have a laundromat. Wow, people, I'm so impressed. Here we go again. This is why we donated that money.
I think homeboy out there recruit one more.
One more why?
Why you keep going so high?
Why you got so many whys? That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to know. What a dude ran up on me.
These are all apartments.
Owned by James Mack at the end of October 31st. Now, see, again, we just said things are going to open. See the rates on the apartments that are available or the hotels that are available or schedule, hey, somebody to meet you at the airport.
Mhm.
We're working on that now. We just kind of
Again, this is why we gave the money. They continually are telling us about these apartments. Now, here are the two
Yeah, there must be
contractors.
some commercial apartments. You know, like apartments. And then if we are connecting and doing good work, then we'll move to like maybe a hotel or something like that. Let's start off first with
Does Rick believe these lies or do they just want us to believe their lies? I'm confused. So now on here, he's saying, this is getting us all geeked up because these were the two contractors that the lady sent her two sons. Remember, one of the subscribers from the UK sent her two sons who were building contractors, and we saw them and we were thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to really build this. This is really going to get built. Bye.
a residential, this house right here. Okay. Give me a number, brother, so I can.
He was spinning us. They were finessing us. They were spinning us. They were just doing everything under the sun. Here we go again with the apartments.
okay.
Are we gonna be releasing property on that? This is
To be determined now,
Renee
guys.
Hamilton.
Yeah, to be determined. Now, like I said, we'll start going live weekly, and we'll let you guys know, hey, these apartments are available, and if you're interested, just let us know, and we'll work something out. Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they were going to have
Thank you.
apartments
We
for
doing
us,
great.
for
Ronald
us to
Chapman,
rent
hey,
and everything.
we
We'll build apartments to be rented out in bags and houses too.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
We want to, and the kids' apartments, so we can push them out the house.
Wow.
Push them out the
I
house.
can't
We'll
believe
build
these
apartments to
lies.
be rented out in bags and houses too.
That's
Well,
right.
where they at, y'all? The money is gone. These people are broker than a joke. Broker than a joke. Where they at? Where's the apartments at? Where's the single family homes at? Where's it at? All we see is their house. That's it. We don't see nothing else. What? And the money is gone. The money is spent. This is why we gave that money. We believed them.
Apartments right here.
Look.
We don't want them staying in the same house as us. So we're gonna.
So these is the kids' apartment. Let's see now. Where's our apartment at? Let's see if they say something else about it on this video. The kids' apartments didn't even get built. They don't care nothing about that.
8 apartments over here.
Oh, these are ours.
And the 5-bedroom house. Now, again, here's the well. Can you see the little blue pipe in the ground? Can you see it over there? Do you see it?
Yeah, that's the well. Y'all see
That is
it?
the borehole. I don't know if the design or the water pressure that you're gonna
Well, look at that
recommend.
soil, y'all. Look at this. You can tell it's that mushy stuff. It ain't solid dirt. It's dirt and something else. It's sand and something else. I call it silt. I don't know what it is.
The elevated height that you recommend will feed those crops down this way, crops this way, and feed this.
So he just on here telling lies, pretty much.
Apartments and stuff like that, townhouses.
Yeah.
But we about to wrap.
All right, let's look at this one.
This isn't a street contractor. If it happens to be a street contractor, we're gonna stop.
No, I don't like the way that one sounds. I can't.
You're not
Years
here.
ago.
You're not here. How in the hell you gonna save your people and you're not here? You're hid, hiding over there with the enemy.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So for you to run around and say you protecting your people and all that, man, that's some BS.
Yeah, so
you
how
know
many-
that. And one for the apartments for the kids. Well, we're gonna have the security house, so that's almost done.
Yeah, that's almost
Yeah.
finished,
So-
guys. You'll
so-
see that real soon.
Right. So we want to run 2 contracts after rainy season, and we want to run uninterrupted. Like I said before, we're elevating our contractors. So
They didn't even build the house for the kids.
They'll reside in those apartments, or
See, they've been lied to the kids. They lied to us and they lied to the kids. The kids never got no apartments. The kids didn't get nothing. But the rooms inside that house is breaking. That's cracking.
We'll rent them out to people that want to come over here and stay. So we'll stay tuned for that.
And this
Coming out of rainy
lie,
season, we'll
this
start those
lie was told again. This was a recent lie. This lie was just told in 2023.
apartments outside. Either they'll reside in those apartments or we'll rent them out to people that want to come over here and stay. So we'll stay tuned for that. Coming out of rainy season, we'll start those kids' apartments and stuff.
And we love you guys. Thanks for all the love and
we gotta get
support
off
we
here.
have been getting, the visitors, the gifts.
Okay. Yeah, that's when they was doing the Usambrew Hall of Fame.
Those apartments.
I mean
or we'll rent them out to people that wanna
same.
come
This
over
the
here
same
and start
video when they
those
was talking about
kids' apartments and
the
stuff.
Wall of
We love
Fame.
you guys. Thanks for all the love and support we have been getting.
No, we ain't trying to hear that. All right.
Of 8 apartments. You can see he did the nice
See?
finishing touches of shrubbery. We don't know if those will be.
This is why we gave the money, y'all. When I saw this, I got so excited. I believed they were gonna do this. I was so excited. I just knew they were gonna do this. I was gonna go out there. I was gonna stay in one of those apartments. It was gonna be nice. I was gonna interact with other African Americans. We were gonna help build Black Acres. We were gonna help do all that. But it was all a lie. They lied to us. They took that money and they built that
Palm trees or
that
whatever.
house.
But I love the little layout of grass
that.
right here and the walkways. So this is very beautiful. A one level place. It's very awesome. So let me flip through here and see if I can see any more pages of the rough sketch. And we got stairs. That'll take you up to the second level.
This is why we gave. This is why we gave like we did.
Just the architectural design. Beautiful. I remember when we were in America, we wanted to
Wow, this is bad.
buy some apartments like this right here. But
This is really bad. These people are evil.
of 8 apartments, you can see
All right.
he did the nice.
Let's look here. We're gonna do a couple more just to prove the point.
More extravagant than these apartments, and those are a little more extravagant. Is the apartments where we'll put the kids. Now, those apartments for the people should go up faster than these apartments for the kids, because the kids more than likely will move out here in that house.
See, they always put the kids on the back burner. We're gonna build the fake apartments for the people first before we built the fake apartments for the kids. The kids never got nothing. The kids never got nothing out of this. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, this is just messed up all the way around.
Why you got so many wives? Is what I want to know.
All the way
Dude
around.
ran up on me, man. I thought he was about to whatever.
I don't know, but oh well. We out.
All right, let's see.
You get to put that
More. Then we're gonna get off.
to apartments or additional.
Let's look at this.
Sure, there's some apartments. I hear from the apartments. We're gonna have to gate this off.
Oh, of
We
course.
don't want everybody like, oh, y'all coming out today? Hey, today's the day off.
So more lies about the
What
apartment.
you say? Only good stuff now.
Only good stuff.
No bad stuff. You guys can't see no more bad stuff.
Nope.
Cause everybody
So-
said we the only one that something keep happening to us. Apartments. Maybe the apartments. That's a nice one here.
So this is what you do. There was one clip I wanted y'all to see,
Third subdivision or
and there was a clip on here
The second apartment we were in.
where she was talking about.
It's like
I had did a video about it,
like it's like once the work is done and they're gone. Somebody who has an apartment
and it was about the person who wanted to rent the apartment out at Black Acres. Remember the video I did? And she said that they was she's not going to rent an apartment. She would rent them an apartment, right? But she's not going to let them stay there. But I can't find it right now, and I'm tired. So we about to get off of here
Merchandise.
because we've been on here for a long time tonight. And I think we pretty much
That's
proved
messed
our
up.
point.
What y'all
The
laughing?
reason
I
why,
thought you was gonna ask something.
What?
I thought you was gonna ask them something.
the reason why we gave
Stay
this
over here
money,
rent free, and you still can use some.
the reason why we gave this money to Black Acres in the first place was because um,
Like a 2-bedroom apartment over there.
Extension.
we
So
thought
you
they
wanna
were
stay
going
a
to
little
build
bit
these
longer, right?
apartments
Yeah,
for
so that
us.
you'll have your
We thought what they were going to do, what they said they were going to do, and that was what they said 103 times. And that is that they were going to build us these apartments.
Okay.
But we should have known when we saw no foundation,
Yeah, it is. And it's supposed to say
when we saw no foundation being laid, we should have known that. We should have known there was nothing going to be there. We should have known that. We should have known there was nothing going to be
four
there.
apartments on the bottom, four apartments on the top.
Same lie, but nothing. But nothing. To this day, there's nothing. No, there's nothing. All right, y'all. Let me see what
That we're
comments y'all
looking at
got.
if we say
I'm done talking about them. We've proved our point. The reason we gave is because they promised us apartments, and I showed you that. I showed there's a if you have time, go look for yourself. There's 103 times they said they were going to build those apartments. 112 times they told us to donate because they were building these apartments for us, and they were really just sustaining their lifestyle. That's what they were doing. Just sustaining their lifestyle. Nice work, Kiki. Well done. Thank you. Places and spaces. Yeah. We got scammed. Yeah, we got scammed. Big time. We got scammed big time. Why y'all think I'm so done with Black Acres? Because that hurts. It hurts when you trust somebody, when you believe in somebody, and then you find out they was using us all along. Well, hell, they use their kids. If they use their kids, what y'all think they care about us? They lied to us. They lied to the kids. We were supposed to be getting these big, beautiful apartments. They showed us the apartment. I was watching them stupid ads. I would just let the whole ad play. Them Medicare ads. Now, guess what, y'all? I cannot even get rid of the Medicare ads because they really think I want to watch the Medicare ads because I was watching them on Black Acres channel to give them some kind of whatever they get for watching whatever we get for watching when you watch the commercials, AdSense. Yeah, doing all that. And we was nothing but scammed. We got. And what did they get out of it? Only thing they got was that house that's falling apart. The ceiling is cracking. The foundation is shifting, and the ceiling is cracking. Well, I quit school at 15, but in my mind, this man went to Gambia with 6,000. So I figured these people finish the what? The rest. Pastry. What was you saying? Finish your sentence. That was part of the scam. Yeah. The apartments was part of the scam. All of it was part of the scam. Hi, Kiki. Well, hello, Diva. I remember them going and having plans written up for the apartments and showed us pictures of how the building was going to look. I did too. And I felt so good. And I was so excited because I was going there. I wanted to be friends with Cynthia. I thought Cynthia was the nicest lady, and I thought she worked so hard. And I remember saying, I just want to go and help her. I just want to go and work out there and just help her. Yeah. But boy, these people cloak themselves as something that they're not. They cloak themselves to hide their evil. These people are foot soldiers of the devil, just like Andrea told us. Just like Andrea told us. Just like Anja Africa told us. These are nothing but foot soldiers of the devil, and they cloak themselves as true Pan Africans who are here to help us, who are here to lead us, who are here to guide us, when all they're here to do is take from us. You donate, and all their donations on their YouTube page. That's not a real world. We donate, and all their donations on their YouTube. Yep, that's not the real world. No, they don't live in the real world. We got scammed big time. We sure did. We sure did. We got scammed big time. And now it's time for us to stop letting them scam us. Don't donate to Black Acres of the Gambia. I would never donate, and that's what my son always says. He'd be like, "Mom, cut it out. You on there for 3 hours all the time." I said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Yes, you are. You're on there for 3 hours all the time. That's your usual time." And I'm like, "Wow, it don't seem like 3 hours when you're on there talking. It does not. It go by so fast." Good research, church. Good research, Keke. Totally exposed. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not playing with you, Black Acres of the Gambia. I'm not playing with none of y'all. Not one. And I told you I didn't say it. You said it, Black Acres. You said donate in 112 clips, and you promised us an apartment, and you promised your kids apartments in over 103 clips. Exactly. You said it. So where is it? Where is it? We donated. Where's the apartments? Where's the store? You took that money and you sustained your lifestyle with it. You went to Solomon's with that. You built your house with that. In my opinion, I wouldn't give Black Acres nothing. And I was 100% for Black Acres. And now I'm zero for Black Acres. They, to me, are the biggest scammers in the Gambia. The biggest scammers in the Gambia. Yes, Rick is sick and stuff. He is. Both of them are. Both of them are. Look how these people treat their children. They not only lied to us, they lied to their kids. They had enough money where they could have built their kids them apartments. Okay, you played us. Okay. Okay, we're going to take it. We're going to take it like a man. You played us, but what about your kids? You played your kids too? You don't even know us, but them are your kids. And you played your kids too? Oh, y'all some messed up people. This is messed up all the way around. Q says, so more lies. Please stop. It's more, lies, more lies, more lies. Let's pull some more lies on here. Let's get them to donate. Let's stir it up good. They gonna have single family houses. They gonna have this. They gonna have that. Just make sure you donate. Just make sure you donate. Give to PayPal. Give to Google Play. Give to GoFundMe. Give to everything. Give us the money. Give us the money. Donate the money. Donate the money. That's all you hear. 112 clips. That's crazy. The fake apartments for the kids. Yeah. How you gonna have fake apartments for your own kids? That's crazy. Rick always has a word of the week. Maximize, extravagant, duplicate, manufacture, blah. How about fake apartments for your kids? The word of the week is fake. Rick is fake. And so is Cynthia because she allowed him to do her kids like that. The kids have nothing. Nothing. I think Rick's a schizophrenic. He sees visions. Oh, for real? He might be. I'm gonna have to pay attention and see what I think. He might be. He act like something wrong. Either manicky, either what is that? Bipolar, something like that. Bag blacks at art, murderers. Poor Gambia has to put up with all of these diaspora mess. Yeah. That's why the mess is attracted there. Spirits attract each other. Negative spirits attract negative spirits. Keke, what is the name of the website that organized those videos? It's called FFilmot. FILMOT.com. Okay? FILMOT.com. And you can put in the 4,000 square foot house. I put that in there. You wouldn't believe how many times that cut off. Come up. I didn't have time to keep going because it's gonna make our show too long tonight. But yeah, yeah, Phil Mott. I can't even believe it. And that's what you do in quantitative research. That's how you tell what's important to a person. That's how you tell how this happened. And that's how you tell why this happened. It happened because we believed we were going to get them apartments that they promised to us 102 clips. They said it more than 102 times because you see in the clip they would say it 2 or 3 times. So they said it more than 100 and something times. It's in 103 clips. Mm-hmm. This was all a plan. This was all a plan. This was all a plan, y'all. This was all a plan to do us like this. I bet they laid there in that raggedy bed at night and they came up with this plan. Let's build the house, Sin. We ain't gonna get them nothing. We gonna take that money. We gonna build this house. Then we gonna say we homesteaders. Cause you see, after that, they became homesteaders. The kids, let them stay in. They got the guard shack. They got the room. Let them stay in the room. They got rooms. We don't need to build them no house. We ain't done nothing for them all this time. Why we need to do something for them now? Keke, you notice every act. Lie, lies. You have me over here crying. My salad I prepared, please. Your commentary is on point. I can't take much more. But it's true, y'all. It's true. It's so true to do these kids like that, to do us like that, to do everybody that believed in it. Raheem believed in them. You see how Raheem was working? Raheem learned Wolof. Raheem believed in Black Acres until he realized it was all a scam. Till he realized they finally done told him, somebody probably done got it through his head that you're not getting this land when they leave here. Y'all not getting nothing exactly. Smoke and mirrors. That's all it was. And Raheem realized it's smoke and mirrors. Nadia realized it's smoke and mirrors. We're not going to get nothing. I'm not going to get nothing ever from being out here. I'm not going to I'm not going to get famous. I'm getting laughed at. Everybody knows my parents are broke. Everybody knows my parents go on YouTube and beg. Everybody knows my parents use that whole community on YouTube to support their lifestyle. Now that people aren't giving to them anymore, what are they going to do now? Now they changed the conversation to orchards, chicken, coops, pit bull breeding, and playing African Martha Stewart and the sea grade vegetables and wings. Yeah, y'all see that Saracunda wouldn't even give them no money for them C grade vegetables. The Saracunda market. Yeah, because they don't want us to know. They're trying to control the conversation on YouTube where they got the money from us, okay? They got the money from us to build this 4,000 square foot house when they was promising us apartments. All right? Now they done got that. They don't have no use for us. Now they taking everything to Patreon because they need some more money. So they want you to pay on Patreon to see this house fall apart. And like Chat Live said, Matter said they only got like, what did you say, 4 videos over there? We sure do appreciate you. And I sure do appreciate you guys for watching. Because you guys don't have to watch me. And you choose to watch me and stay on here with me with all these hours. I appreciate you. The kids know their parents, yes, are telling lies. They grew up with them. Exactly. And that's the sad thing about it. You're right, Miss Wands. They know and they finally done realize that and accept that they're gonna get nothing. And when their parents pass away, they're gonna have nothing. They're gonna have nothing. And that's the sad thing about it. Because when your parents pass away, that's when you need something. That's when you need something. Because you done lost the most important thing in your life. And then to realize these kids ain't gonna have no place to stay. Because see, the state is gonna come in to reclaim their property, people. These kids ain't gonna have no place to stay. They're gonna have to go to the embassy and say, I'm homeless. We need money. Because they've been lying to them. They're gonna inherit this. They ain't gonna inherit nothing. They inherit nothing from you. Yes, that's true. Sick people are ruthless. They are. They really are ruthless. And these people are ruthless. They were cutthroat and ruthless what they did to us. We appreciate you, Ken. I appreciate you, Chat Lives Matter. Yep. This was ruthless. This was horrible. This was horrible. Love listening to Keke Loves Nigeria on Saturday evening while I clean house. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was great. That was just crazy, y'all, what they did to us. What they did, and then got the nerve to say they ain't telling us what they do with their money. That's not your money. That's our money. That's our money. Tammy, they don't sleep. Their mind has to focus on their next scheme. She's right. I don't know if this is a man or woman. Chat lives matter, but they're right. To keep the money flowing. They're trying, but see, they know I'm on them now. So they know if we come up with a scheme, she gonna be on it. She gonna talk about it. I sure am. So they trying to proceed with caution because I'm watching them. They used us and they played us. And I don't take kindly to that. I just don't. I don't take kindly to people using and playing my people like violins. We separate from the kids' apartment. No, yeah, we are. We got our apartments and the kids, but nobody got their apartments. You see, the only people who got something was Rick and Cynthia, and they barely got because look what they got. It's falling apart. It is falling apart. Okay, y'all want to make sure I got all these comments, and then we done. Then we done. I love you too, Steph. Uh, thank you, Kikila. I love you too, Miss One. I love all y'all for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you. Thank you, Places and Spaces, for everything. They didn't buy no subscribe. How do you know? How you know, Miss Sam's? How you know they didn't buy subscribers? I think they did. I think they did. Because I believe I went on to social. Now let me tell you, Social Blade will let you know because YouTube will take the subscribers away. So how do you know, Miss Sam's, they did not buy subscribers? Or do you mean to say you think they didn't buy subscribers? Because you don't know. That you stating that like it's a fact. No. Because the fact is that if you have 60,000 subscribers, the algorithm, which is factual, it tells you you need to have, if you truly have that many subscribers, every video you drop, you should have at least 24,000 views. Black Acres of the Gambia barely gets 5,000 views on a video. They get views like I do. And I don't even have 3,000 subscribers. So how do you explain that? Since you know factually they didn't buy subscribers. Laundromat that takes the cake. Yeah, the laundromat, that was crazy. The laundromat was hilarious. You know that was a big lie. The laundromat controlling. Yeah, they are controlling. Miss Sam says that's not nice. Let God handle and stay in our business. Okay, you're right, Miss Sam's. Whatever. That's probably when we was laughing. Okay, we got to be nice. You're right, Miss Sam's. These kids know how they are. They in they in on the lie. They are in on the lie. You right. They in on the lie too. But see, they didn't get nothing. They thought they was gonna be in on the lie and they was gonna get something. But they saw Black Acres gave them Black Acres don't even give them money to buy clothes. They don't even give them kids money to buy clothes. I've never seen that boy Raheem dressed up looking nice. I've never seen that girl. I've never seen any of the girls dressed up looking nice. I've never seen any of the kids dressed up looking nice. I've seen Black Acres dressed up with some fancy clothes on, African clothes, but I ain't never seen them kids dressed up looking nice. I just see them with whatever, like they don't have much. Never gave no, they never gave them a cent. Cynthia just won that lawsuit. When my mother would get lump sums of money, she would give each one of her kids $1,000. Each one of her kids. Cynthia didn't get them boys nothing. Them boys or girls. When you do things to others, it will come back to you full force. That goes for all of us with everything, which is true. That's why their house is falling apart. That's why I told you God's laws are universal laws. You don't do that. You don't lie. God tells us not to lie. Don't covet another man's property. Don't covet another man's wife. Don't do the things that Black Acres has done. Don't lie. Don't steal. They've lied to us. They've stolen from us. They've done all of that to us. No, they put themselves in this situation. I can't wait to see what happens this summer. But if you watch their videos, you gave them something. See, that's what people realize. Even watching their videos, they were making money off of us watching their videos. I figure they had no money to do the job. No, they didn't. They didn't have the money to do that job. This is sad, though. It just, I'm really seeing now how they really played us. How they played us like violins. Has Beck ever explained why they didn't build the apartments, or did they just ignored it? You know they do. And if you ask them, they're gonna block you. They just ignored it. They just ignored why they didn't do any of the things that they promised us they were gonna do. They just ignored it all. Hmm. Where's the washer? The what? What? The washer to read. The washer to read. But I can't get over them. But that's how you know they just so used to begging and getting whatever from us that they have the nerve to ask for a daggone mosquito net. Man, that's marshy. That's what I'm trying to say. Marshy land. That's what it is. The soil. Marsh soil. How that it ain't. Is it called? What's this? What is that called? Soil that's in the marsh part. That's what the soil feel like when you walk on it. And you know how marshy soil when it's dry it feel funny. They had said no one could stay at her house when they came to the Gambia. Yeah, she did say the house that we built. The house that we built, that house should have been opened up to people. It's so big when they came there that you got a room, you can sleep here, you can stay here for free. They are in Rick's head. Yeah, all of this is in their head. This was all a game. This was all a serious, serious game they played on us. That's what they did, y'all. They played a game on us and they played it on their kids because their kids believed it too. Their kids believed it too. They believed they was gonna make something. The condensation even absorbs into the clothes and things. It does because their clothes smell like mold. My house in Haiti is like that. It destroys everything that absorbs moisture. Yep, it's sure that she's right. Yes, it is like that. And your clothes will smell like that mold smell. Yeah, their house probably smelled just like mold. Yep, it don't have a choice but to smell like that. Just think about it. How could it not smell like that? Yes, rainy season exasperates, exas, I can't say it right now, y'all. You know what I'm trying to say. And if that land floods like that, they are doing going about their sewage. It would okay. We said that. Okay, good. We got all the comments there. Let me go down here one more time and get these, and then we done. Cynthia, yeah, she won a lawsuit. She sued somebody, the person who built the guard shack, the security house. Something was wrong with the security house. The guy didn't put it up there right. So she took him to court. They took him to court and they won. So she won some money. That's how they got the irrigation system put in. That's how they got that little cement on the side of their house because they won the lawsuit. So you see that money they spending now came from the lawsuit. So I'm thinking she gonna hook her kids up, right? The kids gonna be walking around with some new clothes on, some new look. No, she didn't give them nothing. She didn't give them nothing. She didn't take them out to dinner. She didn't do nothing with that money. She put that money into Black Acres in her and Rick's pocket. That's what she did with it. And that I thought she bought a car. She didn't even buy no car with that. That's the some one of their friends' car that they letting them use. Wait till they watch this video. They probably watching now. Trust me, honey, they on here now. Cynthia, you know what's gonna happen? Cynthia going to get her little juju. She gonna go to her little lesser god, and she gonna try again to put a juju spell on me. She gonna go to a marabou, and she gonna pay this marabou, and he gonna take her little money, and she gonna try again to put a juju spell on me. She been trying. Her friends been trying. Tay Tay been trying. They all been trying to put a spell on me. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Cynthia said that she was born in prison while her mother was incarcerated. She was raised by her grandmother. Now, why does she need to? Why does she feel like that was useful information? Especially if she's a scammer. Why did she feel like that was useful information? That's not useful information, ma'am. That just proves to us that you are a scammer, Cynthia. That is in your blood, girl. That you a criminal to the heart. That DNA, your DNA runs criminality through. That's all. So why would you tell us that? We didn't need to know that. But you don't know. You don't know. You probably thought that was giving you points. That's probably you probably thought that was pumping fear in our heart to know you was born in prison. Well, guess what? I was born in a hospital. Yeah, I was born in a hospital. And my mother worked for General Motors. Sorry about your luck. Kiki, I bet Rick and Cynthia now regret that video they made making all those negative comments about you. I bet they do too. But see, that's how you know they were bullies because they thought, oh, Kiki loves Nigeria. She's so nice. She's so sweet. She doesn't say anything about anybody. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. But I'm not going to let you disrespect me. That's one thing I'm not going to do, especially if you a scammer. But if you some of these other irrelevant people, I could care less what you say. Even if you are a scammer, if you're irrelevant, you can say what you want to say. I could care less. Rick and Cynthia gets it because they took all that money from my people. So I'm going to give it to them every chance I get. But you irrelevant people, you gets nothing. You gets nothing. Cynthia said that we read that part. Yeah, you gets nothing. because you are irrelevant. Okay. Remember when we used to say, talk to the hand because the ears ain't listening? That's what you can do for me. Wait till they watch. All right, y'all. I think we might got all the comments. Yes, we did. But our God is, yeah. That's why I don't care. That's why it doesn't work. Because see, they don't realize that some people do the work of God. And when you're doing God's work, nobody can hurt you. Nobody can stop you. Nobody. You wouldn't believe the things they've tried to do to me. And it's a whole crew of them. It ain't just one, it ain't just Black Acres, y'all. It's a whole crew of people in the Gambia, in the United States too. They all work in unison to try to bring this one lady down. But you can't do that. Like the Bible says. I'm gonna tell you again, people. The Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. Because you know, if you try to touch God's anointed, do you know what he gonna do to you, people? That's why Rick's and them. That's how I know, because Rick and them houses falling apart. It's being torn apart. The wrath of God is gonna drop on all these people. It's their time. God said, "Time up. Time's up. Time is up." Just like I found this website. I had no idea about this website. I was watching an old video about. I don't even know who they were. This radio station in Atlanta. All the people got fired on the radio station. And I couldn't believe it. All three of them got fired at one time on the radio station. And I thought that was hilarious. So I'm watching it. And the YouTube content creator, oh, he does his research. So he suggested, if you want to know how many times or phrases that YouTubers use, then go, here's how you check them. Here's how you fact check them. You just put the phrase in or the word, and there you go. And that's how I found that. That's how I found that. So that's why I don't fear these people. They don't know. They don't know me. They don't know nothing of. They don't know how I was raised. I was raised that God is more real than the air that I breathe. I was raised that I was special to God. God is my friend. You know what my grandma used to tell me when I was little? I wasn't allowed to have friends. You know what she used to tell me? Make Jesus your friend. So guess what I did? I made Jesus my friend. Sure did. I made God my friend. So guess who I talk to when I want to talk to somebody? I talk to God. Yes, that's who I talk to. And he talks back. How y'all think I find out everything that I find out? How y'all think these people just come into my life? God directs them there. Yes. Yeah. Because I tell God, I want to spend my life pleasing him. Before I leave this earth, I want to say, I spent my life pleasing God. And when I do die and go to heaven, I want God to look at me and say, well done, my good and faithful servant. So y'all can't do nothing to me because I know who I am and I know where I stand. You can do nothing but run your mouth. The characters talking in the story. That's all y'all are the talking characters in the story. All right, y'all, that's all I got tonight. I will talk to y'all later. Uh-oh, we got some more comments. Let me get them off here real quick. We hate no one. We hate the spirit folks operate under, right? We war against flesh. We war not against flesh and blood, but the spirits and principalities and high. And yeah, and that's what I was taught. That I'm fine, and I'm fully aware of that. And that's what they don't understand. I know these are spirits and principalities in high places, But I also know that the spirit in me and the God in me is higher than them. I know my God is God. And I know they can do nothing, nothing to me, nothing, but continue to be the characters who are talking in the story. Yeah, that's all. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Mr. Jordan, how you doing? So what did they do this time? Oh, they didn't do anything. We were just somebody asked about should we donate to sustain their lifestyle. And that's what the video was about. And we were saying no, but they haven't done anything. They're awfully quiet because they know we're watching. They know we're watching. Keke, we appreciate you for being real. We need more people like you. Thank you. All right, y'all. That's all I have for tonight. For the people who emailed me, please, please forgive me. Please be patient with me. I haven't forgot you. This first week back to school was crazy because it was the week off of spring break and it just everything just got busy, busy, busy. But I promise you I'm going to get to you. Please be patient. I am going to talk about the video people who wrote me about I am Mara. He got satellite today. He got solar today. I'm so happy that man got solar. And TJ the bigger figure. Okay. I am going to do y'all video and the lady from Night, the first lady in Nigeria, first president of Nigeria's daughter. Okay. I promise. All right, y'all. That's all I got. I will see y'all soon and love you and take care. All right. Love you too, Stephanie. I love all y'all though.